Okay, I call to order the meeting of the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission for Thursday, August the 6th, 2020. Can we have our public notice, please?
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. For those at Century 2, copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure and Planning Department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby. The Planning Commission's and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representative to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the room or the GoToMeeting comments box. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the Commission and the Board will be retained by the Secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking, but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please provide your contact information to the Planning Department. The Planning Commission and the Board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as courteous and concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to district court.
Okay, let me talk to those folks that are listening in from different devices. I'll give you an idea of how this is going to go. First off, we will go through the entire agenda to see if there are any items that we can take by consent. Then those items that wish to be heard from either by members of the commission or people from the public, we will then come back and hit that at a later part of the meeting. When we do that, as we take an agenda item, we'll have a staff report. We'll have the applicant get up and speak. We will then have the opportunity for the public to speak. We'll start with anybody that happens to be at Century 2 that wishes to speak on the item, and then we will go to you that are listening in at home or at work by virtue of a virtual device, a telephone, computer, whatever the case may be. Seeing a large number of people, we will try to get through this as quickly as possible. So be listening in on your agenda item when listen for the time to come in so that you have the opportunity to speak if you wish to speak on that. I hope I explained that in a way that makes sense, but we will do the best we can today. We do not have any BZA items. We can forego having to go into that part. First item of business will be the approval of the minutes for July 23rd, 2020. My records show that Mr. Blick, Mr. Bill Johnson, and Mr. Hartman were not available for that meeting, so they will be abstaining. Any questions, comments, or a motion on the minutes for July 23rd?
Move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Joe Johnson and a second by Ms. Dexler. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
I abstain.
We have one abstention and one remote.
I abstain.
Bill there? Okay, Bill. Glad to see you make it. Okay, that passes. Staff, you guys got the number on how many that is? Okay.
Well, we have all 14 are present.
So
Okay.
if we had 3 abstaining, then it would have passed 11-0-3.
11-0, okay. We will now go through and see which items we can take by consent. The first will be consideration of the subdivision committee recommendations. Agenda item 2.1 is a one-step final plat, Whispering Creek addition near East 37th Street North and North Woodlawn Boulevard. Does anybody on the commission wish to hear that item? I'm seeing none. Is there anybody at Century 2 wish to hear that item?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public wish to hear that item calling in from another device? Seeing none, we will take agenda item 2.1 by consent. Agenda item 2.2 is a one-step final plat, Mel Hamilton 3rd, near West Kellogg Drive and South 119th Street West. Anybody on the commission wish to hear that item? Seeing none, anybody at Century 2 wish to hear that item?
No.
Okay, is there anybody listening in from another device wish to hear that item? Hearing none, we will take agenda item 2.2 by consent.
Move to approve items 2.1 and 2.2.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Miles, a second by Mr. Hartman. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Public hearing items, these will be vacation items. Agenda item 3.1 is a location of a platted utility easement near east.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
this bill,
yes, Mr. Johnson.
2.2, I had to abstain.
2.2 had to abstain, okay, correction to our vote on that. Agenda item 2.2 is an abstention from Mr. Bill Johnson.
Also, I got to abstain from the item 3.1.
Okay, Mr. Johnson will abstain from 3.1. Anybody on the commission wish to hear agenda item 3.1? Hearing none. Anybody at Century 2 wish to hear 3.1?
No.
Anybody listening in from another device wish to hear agenda item 3.1? We will take that item by consent. Okay, agenda item 3.2, vacation of a portion of a platted 25-foot front building setback line. I'm assuming that that one is the one we've got a lot of stuff in. We will hear agenda item 3.2. Agenda item 3.3, anybody on the commission wish to, that's a vacation of a platted 15-foot utility easement near East 21st Street North and North Greenwich Road, an address of 10606 East Glen Gate Circle. Anybody on the commission wish to hear that item? Anybody at Century 2 wish to hear that item?
No.
No.
And anybody from another device wish to hear that item? Okay, we will take agenda item 3.3 by consent. Agenda item 3.4, vacation of a platted 15-foot utility easement near East 17th Street North and North Hillside Avenue. Anybody on the commission wish to hear that item?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be abstaining from that item.
Okay. Anybody at Century 2 wish to hear that item?
No.
No.
Anybody listening in from another device wish to hear that agenda item? Seeing none, we will take agenda item 3.4 by consent. Agenda item 3.5, vacation of a drainage and utility easement near Maple Street between Maple Lane and Arapahoe Drive. Anybody on the commission wish to hear that item? Seeing none, is there anybody at Century 2 wish to hear that item?
No.
No.
Anybody listening in
No.
wish to hear that item? We'll take that by consent. I believe that we can take all of those together with the understanding that Mr. Bill Johnson will be abstaining from 3.1 and Mr. David Foster will be abstaining from 3.4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a
I'll make
motion?
that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Joe Johnson,
I'll second that.
second by Mr. Blick. I got his hand first out there. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Are we not hearing?
I can't tell.
We
nothing
will
about
hear
that.
3-2.
Okay.
No, that one was not included. We will hear agenda item 3.2, which is the 25-foot front building setback. Yeah, that one's got a lot of interest.
Okay.
Okay. Agenda item, now will be public hearing items. Agenda item 4.1, conditional use permit for a multifamily development near East Douglas Avenue and South Oliver at 217 South Fountain. We will hear that one because that one's got a recommendation for denial.
Ooh. This should come out about right there. That's all right now. I'm not gonna change it. Just, put a bend
Do we have any idea where
where that's coming this way.
it's coming from?
You may have to angle of that.
Color 15, there we go.
Okay. Agenda item 4.2, conditional use to permit expansion of oil drilling near K 254 and North 127th Street East, an address of 13160 East 61st Street North. Anybody in the commission wish to hear that item? We will hear agenda item 4.2. Agenda item 4.3, zone change from single-family residential to two-family residential near South Seneca and West 47th Street South, east of the intersection of 50th Street South and Osage. Anybody on the commission wish to hear that item? We will hear that item. Agenda item 4.4, zone change from single-family residential to two-family residential near South Greenwich and East Pawnee, an address of 11510 East Pawnee Road. Anybody on the commission wish to hear that item?
Yes.
We will hear that item. Okay, agenda item 4.5 is rezoned from a single-family residential to light commercial near East Pawnee Avenue and South Hillside Avenue, showing an address of 2438 South El Rancho Road. Anybody on the commission wish to hear that item?
Mr. Chairman, I did have a staff question on the item.
Excuse me,
Yes?
you actually have several people who are trying to reach you to say that we did want to hear the item 4.3 for the
Yes.
zoning
Yes,
at
we've got
Seneca.
that. We will hear that. We've got that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Mr.
this
Johnson,
bill, I need to abstain from item 4.5.
4.5, 4.5, Mr. Bill Johnson will abstain. Okay, we have a staff question. Let's do the staff question right now, if we can.
On the staff comments, I just want to confirm, I didn't see in the list there that meeting the landscape ordinance would be a requirement. Is that just a given? We don't
Yes,
need
it
to
is.
list it in the comment?
Yes,
Okay.
so that's in the code and will require it with building permits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll take that by consent. Anybody on the commission wish to hear that item? Seeing none, anybody at Century 2 wish to hear that item? Agenda item 4.5.
No.
Okay,
Like this.
that's the one at 2438 South El Rancho Road. Is there anybody listening online that wish to hear agenda item 4.5?
Where do you think it's gonna go? At least that's a installation.
Okay, I'm gonna take that as not. I think that's background chatter.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 4.5.
Okay. We got a motion on agenda item 4.5. Yeah, all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed? Okay, and then after that, we'll have 3 public hearing items, but we can't take those by consent.
Mr. Chairman, who seconded that motion? Was it Mr. Hartman?
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay, okay.
Okay, that takes us back to 3.1? 3.2. Agenda item 3.2, vacation of a portion of the platted 25-foot setback.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Philip Ziebenbergen, Associate Planner with Planning Staff. The item before you this morning, vacation 2020-24, is a request to vacate a portion of a 25-foot platted building setback at a property addressed 4026 North Sweet Bay Street. Property is zoned SF5, single-family residential. It's located north of East 37th Street and west of North Rock Road, as you can see on the map before you. The purpose of this request is the applicant, who's the owner of the property, would like to build an addition onto her garage. She's looking to vacate 13 feet of the 25-foot setback, effectively reducing it down to 12 feet instead. The reason this requires the front setback vacation is on her property, it's a side-load garage, and so you have to drive up the driveway and then turn. In order to add on to the side of the garage means you're getting closer to the front of the property. The Unified Zoning Code's minimum front setback for the SF5 zoning district is 25 feet. So if this application is approved, the setback would be reduced by 13 feet, exceeding that minimum setback by that 13 feet. As we talked about in the subdivision committee, it has been updated for your planning commission staff reports. This garage addition has been through the Willow Bend's architectural committee. They have approved the design of it. Understanding that anything related to HOAs are private contracts. We don't necessarily govern, what goes on with HOAs. It was just a piece of information that was submitted by the applicant for your consideration. There are no public utilities in the setback. There are also no private utilities in the setback. One of the things we had to confirm from the planning committee or from the subdivision committee to planning commission today was that in fact the mail out of the letters for notification, legal notification purposes was sufficient. We did go back and review the ownership list for the properties that were provided letters. There was several pieces of comment during the planning or the subdivision committee on certain neighbors not getting notified and others neighbors getting notified, and making sure we ran through our legal process and ran through the legal hoops in order to justify the notification. For your guys' information, the proper notification for front setbacks is everybody on the applicant side of the street within a city block, in addition to the properties directly across the street from them. In this case, properties directly across the street are two of them, since if you were to extend the property lines across the street, it would touch and bisect two additional properties. All of those properties were legally notified of this vacation application. That is why many of the properties on the west side of the street were not notified. You don't have to do all of the same properties on the west side of the street as you had to do on the east side of the street. Mr. Green.
Just a point of clarification on that. When you say a city block, what is that? Do
You can define
the
that,
distance for that?
where we actually did it, and there's actually in the back page of, this was actually submitted by one of the residents, and I know she'll mention it, but on the back page of this paperclip packet you have, you can see here, basically if you look on the map in front of you, the individuals were notified from where the north cul-de-sac starts all the way down to the cul-de-sac at the end. A city block can also be defined as 300 feet. So.
Defined as what?
300 feet.
300 feet, thank you.
So that was determined to be in compliance with legal notification parameters. Let me get back here. One of the things that was added from the conditions for approval, and it is in your planning commission staff report, is that as part of the process of this vacation, the initial request was to reduce the entire setback for the entire frontage of the property. That has been revised to just include the area related to the building. I have already received an updated legal description from the agent for the applicant. So that will only be the setback in the area for the garage addition. In addition, one of the requirements for a condition of approval was that additional landscaping around the garage would be required. There's quite a bit of public comment anticipated on this. That's just the high-level staff report view. You're going to be hearing quite a bit of comment from citizens around. So with that, I can stand for any staff questions you might have.
Before I go to staff questions, I need to disclose that I have had some ex parte communication. I've received voicemail, I've received phone calls, and I've received a number of emails. And although it's good information, it does not influence me to the point where I cannot, make a open decision based on what the hearings are today. I'm going to go first with a show of hands. Let me see those of the commissioners that have had similar contact phone calls. Okay, looks like everybody. Mr. Bill Johnson and Mr. Florence, did you receive information
Yes, I have.
also? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And one note on that, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Is there anybody that on the commission have a different feeling? Do they need to disclose anything additional over and above what we just disclosed? Okay, go ahead, Philip.
On that note, at your desk, you have a paperclip packet of information. 99% of this you received via email from me earlier this week. The only additions to the packet is in the one titled Citizen Opposition. I did receive additional emails after I'd emailed you the packet. This is an updated version, so it has everything you did receive plus additional more towards the back for your consideration. That's just part of it. Any comments we receive, if they request that you guys to pass it on to you, we provide it to you guys either by email or written form, but I didn't want to email you every single time I got, and potentially may have received the same emails if they emailed you individually as well. But you have all of the information that I have received from citizens related to this case for your review and consideration.
Okay, questions for Philip regarding his report? Seeing none, is the applicant or agent available to speak? If so, they will have 10 minutes.
Yes, this is Brian Lindeback. Hopefully you can hear me. Jim, Mr. Schiffelbein, could you pull up our presentation? I know you've received, Commissioners, Brian Lindeback, 411 North Webb Road, MKEC Engineering, on behalf of the owner and applicant. I know you've received a lot of information here, so I'm going to try to be brief, but also thorough. Jim, next slide or two slides. Keep going. Okay, so obviously we have, everybody's seen this image. I think it's just to help you kind of get familiar with this area. One thing I'll mention here is that is unique about this property, as opposed to other parts of the neighborhood, is the right-of-way in this front area is 64 foot. That's a collector street right-of-way, so therefore the street is extra wide. It's a 35-foot wide pavement versus 29 foot that you would have in a 58-foot street right-of-way. I think that kind of goes to some of the things I'm going to talk about here in a minute, but you can see that right-of-way kind of depicted here, white line to white line. Next slide, please. This, again, just is another representation of what is proposed. MKEC actually worked on this development early on and helped the developers build it. This just so happens to be a plot plan from before this house was constructed. And then so we've represented some things that she intends to do or would like to do, namely the front garage setback there issue with the garage extension. I would also just point out that she also has plans to install a pool. And so I think those are improvements that I want to make sure you're tracking, that if successful here today, she wants to improve her property and upgrade it. Next slide, please. This is existing residence, as you can see. I posted this sign on the property. I know there was a lot of people concerned about notification. The sign was posted on the property on the 17th of July, which is in keeping with the rules of notification. So not only did we have the mailer notification, but we also had the application sign that was posted. Next slide, please. This is a rendering from Ms. Steele on the proposed addition. I think it's one thing that you might be looking at and saying, well, it doesn't look like it's anything different. And I think that's the intent, is that this is going to match the existing facility, the existing residents from day one here. So after the project is done, you probably wouldn't even know that there was so much input into this if we were successful today, because it'll blend in so well. I know, commissioners, you've seen some of these cases in the recent past, and some of them were dealing with carports. I think this is a much different situation than those. This is not a carport. We don't have an encroachment issue. This is all on our own property. I think that's really important to clarify and to note that these are improvements on her property without any issues as far as encroachments and things of that nature. Next slide, please. As you can, just a different view. This is looking kind of from the south, corner of the structure, proposed structure. Again, this is a rendering of what she intends to do. But I think it's just indicative of just the high quality and the high standard of a project that she's looking to do. Certainly, this is her own home. She doesn't intend to profit off of this. She intends to utilize this for her own benefit. Next slide, please. I think, with regard to there's going to be some comments that this is diminishing the neighborhood and hurting the property values. I see it quite the opposite. This is going to add, additional building square footage, which equals dollars, not only from a tax revenue standpoint, but from an appraisal standpoint. She's adding a garage, which brings more value. She's looking at bringing a new swimming pool and, again, more value to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. There was also some concerns about, this is going to block people's views. I think this is a really good view from the street looking north. As you can see, it's a very wide road. And this, extension of the garage is kind of highlighted in the green box there. So I think if you were to think about this, if people were parked along that street or if trees were in the way, that would do more of obstructing views than would this relatively, in my opinion, mundane garage extension. Next slide, please. So I think there's a lot of reasons for you to support this case on facts. And I think facts is the key word. We've got a lot of emotion built in here. So I know one issue that has been brought up is that this would set a precedent and that things would not be allowed to change in the future. This is not setting a precedent. It is not creating an event that has to be followed in the future. These are case-by-case issues, as you commissioners well know. This is a unique situation. It's a side-load garage. From the materials you saw in the packet, the actual dwelling portion of the house is set back some 47 feet. So many of the other houses have their dwelling further closer to the street than this property. And I don't believe the removal of these restrictions would detrimentally affect the neighbors. And in fact, I think it would enhance property values and increase the appeal of this neighborhood by having improvements to it, new improvements. The impacts of the proposed addition, again, increased property values, no traffic impacts. It's in keeping with the neighborhood aesthetics. It's more desirable for future buyers. And she's adding additional landscaping at the request of, helping make this a more palatable addition. She has lots of support from nearby neighbors. I'm sure there's lots that do not support this, but on our ownership list, we had 9 people notified. We have 7 letters of consent that we submitted prior to this going to subdivision. Again, HOA approval. We do have architectural committee approval. And I think very important is a recommendation by professional staff. So I think with that, well, there's one more slide. I think they're at the very end here. This is just articulating what I was talking about, the right-of-way widths. The relevance of that is that there's a lot more front area between houses. So there's an additional 6 foot of pavement, and that again adds to the openness and airiness between the structures either side of the street. And if you want to go back to the previous slide, Mr. Schimmelbein, thank you. So I'll just leave it at this and stand for any questions.
Any questions for the speaker? Mr. Hartman?
Yeah, Brian, on the actual plat, I can't, it's too small, I can't actually see what the setbacks are showing, but does it show other lots that, say, a corner lot that has a setback, maybe of the front yard 25, but the side yard is 15?
Yes. Yes, I can point to that on that next slide, please. So
Yeah.
lot 13 and 12 right there, those have 15-foot side yard setbacks. So those houses could build a garage right up to the street, within 15 feet. And I mean, it's not likely, but they could also get an administrative adjustment to reduce those down to 12 without going through this hearing process. Of course, they have to go through their whole HOA approvals to do that. That's a whole separate set of approvals that has really nothing to do with this process, the whole HOA set. But it is good to know that you have HOA approval when bringing these matters before you. I know I opened it up to questions, but I would just add that I think this owner has gone to far lengths, more lengths than many of us would probably do to achieve this. She's walked the street. She's gone through all the proper steps here. She's done proper notification. So I commend her for going the extra mile of generating a rendering of what her property is going to look like. Just help people see what this is going to look like. It oftentimes with these sort of things, it's the fear of the unknown, and I think she's done a really good job of helping people understand what is going to be known here.
Mr. Hartman, did that answer your question?
Yeah, one more. I mean, I think, Brian, you've probably done a lot of higher-end residential developments that have similar situations where you have 15-foot side yard setbacks and have been approved without any problems, haven't you?
Yes, in fact, a lot of our developments these days, we've been doing a lot of 20-foot front yard setback, which is a reduction from the standard 25-foot zone setback. I know many of you commissioners have seen those cases come before you. I think it's good to maintain a setback off the street, especially when you have a sidewalk involved, so that you don't have, we don't encourage people from blocking the sidewalk. This, of course, does not have a sidewalk involved, and I think is a really nice addition to the neighborhood.
Mr. Foster?
Mr. Lindenback, I'm like Mr. Hartman, a little trouble seeing, but does lot 9 also have that 15-foot setback along Sweet Bay there?
I don't believe so. I think they've extended that setback across the front, the entire frontage there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Green?
Yes, Mr. Lindenback, I thank you for your presentation, and I also appreciate the fact that you brought to light the fact that HOA has requirements and architectural committee requirements have no bearing on our decision-making today. I will add, though, that I know the applicant, at least from what I've read, she is on the architectural design committee, and she did recuse herself, or she did not vote on the passage of her request for the architectural piece of this. I know I've read letters from neighbors that were suggesting otherwise, and just wanted to make sure that even though it has no bearing on our decision-making process here, that is something that has happened.
Other questions
Yeah.
from staff?
Can I respond to Mr. Green there?
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
just a second.
go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Green, I'd just like to add that I don't know if very many people have been a part of a homeowners association. on the different advisory boards. But I think this has something to do with the quality of this construction. Miss Steele has been on the architectural committee for a number of years. I think that goes a lot to speak about her character. She wants the best for this neighborhood, and she wants to do a good job, something she can be proud of. And I think it also kind of speaks to her civic mindedness. She's also been volunteering all these years, helping the neighborhood progress in a positive direction. So I think all those things add to the validity of an approval in this case. She's doing good, and I just thought it'd be good to echo those thoughts.
Mr. Yearout?
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a point of clarification on this case. This is a request to vacate a portion of a platted building setback. We're not talking about adjusting setbacks that would be in the zoning administration or zoning regulations. So even though the regulations by code would say a street side yard would be 15 feet and could be administratively adjusted, that's not true in this case, because any modification of buildings into the platted restrictions on the plat would require a vacation case. It can't be administratively adjusted. So what you have before you is a request to vacate a restriction on the plat. All these other factors are relevant to the discussion, but you are dealing with the request to vacate something off the plat. And that is what will eventually go to the governing body and ask them to remove the restriction on the plat.
Appreciate
and that's all we're
clarification.
dealing with.
Appreciate that clarification. Before I go to public comment, is there any questions from our commissioners that are remote? Just a moment, Mr. McKay. Any of our commissioners remotely?
No.
Mr. McKay?
I just wanted to break the setback requirement is not for the full width of the lot, it's just for the building site.
Correct. Yes. Yes, that's what she is requesting. It's just the portion that would be in an encroachment.
Okay,
Yes.
we will now open up the floor to, Mr. Blick, I'm sorry.
Question I have for staff when you were just mentioning that. So this question I would ask Mr. Landenbach is, it looks like the flow that's right in there with the houses that are all lined up on that curve. Would it make a difference if I asked a question that says, based off of if that's coming out further, if that would restrict any safety concerns because of that coming out further than the line side of all the rest of the houses that are along there, or not?
Well, I mean, you can raise those types of questions. I think the evidence that he presented earlier in the slide shows that because the way this sits on the curve, they're claiming that it will not have line of sight issues going forward.
And that's the question I had is, since it is on a curve, it's actually the houses out there further than the other ones, and then you're also pushing out further at a structure that could also have a safety concern. So that's a question.
And well, then if there is a concern with that, that would be something we need to really refer to a traffic engineering, and I don't know whether they've already addressed that issue. I think they have.
Mr. Yearout,
Just a second,
I can
Brian.
speak.
Just a second.
Sure.
Philip?
During the subdivision committee, we did speak with Lee Carmichael, who's the city traffic engineer in traffic engineering, and he said that based on the fact that it's on the inside of the curb, there is no issue regarding sightline and obstructing views of driving around the corner.
Okay, thank you. Is that what you had?
That's exactly what I was.
Mr. Linderback was going to respond also.
Okay. Brian, did that get that covered for you?
Yes, it does. I think that's a really important fact that we do have traffic engineering support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will go to public hearing. We'll start with Century 2. Are there any speakers at Century 2 that wishes to speak on this issue?
Yes.
Okay, please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record, please, and you will have 2 minutes.
I thought we had 3 minutes plus. I am the one who's impacted most by this. I'd request extension. This is Jack Poling. I live at 4022 Sweet Bay. Hello?
What do we normally, what's our
I
number?
did,
My mistake.
earlier today, I did
3
advise
minutes. You're
Mr.
right,
Coleman
3
we would
minutes.
have 3.
3 minutes.
And a special request, I think was indicated that I can make a special request to go to 5,
At the end of
especially in
your,
light of what the
at the end of your
representative
3
said.
minutes, if you need more time, we can take a look at it.
Okay. Like I say, I'm Jack Poling. I reside at 4022 Sweet Bay. Next chart, please. Everybody's aware that the vote last time was 4-2. I tried to make a personal appeal about what the effect this had on my personal property, and I think it influenced some of the committee, but not all. So I don't plan on repeating that. I just plan on maybe next chart, addressing what I consider some of the confusions or actual contradictions that came out of the last meeting last week. Next time, or next chart, please. So does this set a precedence? The answer is no, it doesn't. Why do I say that? Because in talking to Ryan Reed, there are encroachments on the 25-foot setback existing in Willow Bend. These occurred in some cases because of mistakes, some because of less than scrupulous builders and owners. Actually, MKEC was hired by Golf Courses of America to address this issue way early in the development. Next chart. So does it set a precedence? The answer, I just said no, but the answer is also yes. As it states in the staff report, there have been no relocations of front setbacks on property within the Willow Bend 3rd edition. So it does set a precedent. I included that next statement because it was mentioned by the staff that there was an approval by the AOC and ACC, and I'd like to address that later. Next chart, please. Last week, we had the review of this item, and Mr. Haldeman, who lives on the other side of the applicant, said that he and his wife had no problem with the extension. I'd like to go to the next chart because I'll probably agree with his assessment. In the middle there, you'll see the setback hatched in red, and in the dark, you can see the proposed garage. My house is to the right. Mr. Haldeman's house is to the left. You can see that his view of the garage is probably about 3 times further away than mine. So, I don't necessarily agree with what he said. Well, I guess I can't disagree with what he said there. Next chart. Next chart, please. What I will disagree with is that his contention, oops, back one, please. That for as far as Willow Bend residents go, the only important thing is the view of the golf course. That really, he had a small window in front of his house, and so it probably didn't mean a whole lot to him about what goes on in the front. I personally have a pride and a satisfaction in living in Willow Bend when I drive into the neighborhood or walk the neighborhood. And it doesn't really have anything to do with the golf course. In fact,
Sir, your time has
40%
expired. Do you need additional time?
Expired? Okay. Okay, well, over 40%, yes, I do. Over 40% of the people living west of Rock Road in Willow Bend do not have a golf course or golf course view. So I'd like to jump to chart number 11. 11, please. You can see that the current setback of her garage is not any further back than mine. So to say that hers is back further, that's not true. This is the view I have. Next chart. This is what that garage will look like sticking out from her current garage. Yes, she's an architect and she's going to make it look pretty and nice and everything. But back to the last chart, please. Back to the last chart, please. I don't think anybody can argue that this is a much better view for me than what she can come up with in everything she does. I need to skip to chart 16. I'm running out of time. Chart 16. I still have a problem with the negative impact this has on my property. But number two there was incorrect information in the Willow Bend ACC application. My previous chart indicates that that approval in the ACC was given to your planning committee as part of her application. And so that incorrect information was also in the application that went to this planning department. I think the fact that there was incorrect information, and that incorrect information was that I had approved her garage design. I had never, ever approved her garage design. Never approved it. I never approved the fact that she was going to extend the garage.
Sir, your time has expired. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anybody else there? Sorry, Mr. Joe Johnson.
The picture he's showing there on slide 12, is he on the, which side of her are you on?
To the south, or to the right?
I think they have a
To the right, to the south?
Okay, that's what,
You have a question for me?
yeah, you're to the south and Holdeman's to the north?
To the north.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then her garage sits on the south side closest to my property, not to his.
Next speaker, please. State your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is David Babish, and I live at 4431 Ironwood Street. And I'm speaking in opposition to the application. I moved to Willow Bend in 1996. And since that time, applicants have filed to build office warehouses 45 foot tall adjoining Willow Bend. Instead, it was negotiated down to zoning TF3 and it's residential. Further, applicant Tires Plus filed to build a store next to Willow Bend residents. That petition was withdrawn and the area is still vacant property. On the other hand, I recall the resident at 8510 Mulberry seeking vacation of part of a utility easement and Willow Bend common area. The vacation was granted and part of the Willow Bend Homeowners Association was sold to the applicant so she could add a third garage, including a tile roof, which was tastefully done and it was approved by the immediate neighbors. It was not a side load garage, so it did not affect any sight. This applicant does affect sight lines and is not approved by some adjoining neighbors. Only a three-person architectural control committee, not the Willow Bend Homeowners Board, not the Willow Bend Homeowners Association. A three-person architectural control committee, of which the applicant is a member, approved the application, which is, of course, still governed by city easements and setbacks. Our city councilman, Becky Tuttle, speaks of quality in place. If you want a place, you look at the neighborhood. Is it close to shopping? Is it close to church? Check it out and see if it's not in the flood zone. Check the zoning on any vacant lot, and then the price, the resale value, etc. So when these neighbors have equality in place, and I live on the east side of Rock Road, but it still affects Willow Bend. And it's a precedent that I would ask you to empathize a little bit. I know I do. What if my neighbors on either side wanted to move their house or their garage 13 feet further out? Think about that. I don't think you'd approve it. So I ask you to deny the approval and let her build a swimming pool because it's totally within code. It's totally within the setbacks and everything else. The garage isn't, and I think it should stay the way it is. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker, please. State your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Barbara Kreger, and I have lived at 4013 Sweet Bay for 33 years.
I want to talk about the distribution of the July 15th Metropolitan Area Planning Commission letter notifying certain Sweet Bay residents of the upcoming meeting on July 30th to review this vacation. This letter listed the 12 residents in addition to the applicant who were to receive the notification. Please look at your chart that I included in the packet labeled certified ownership list of the vacation application. Notice that 4013 is across the street, very close, much closer than a lot of the other residents that received notice, but I didn't receive one, and as well as many other close neighbors. I'm against this vacation because it'll make it possible for more homeowners to extend their buildings into the setback, minimizing the view of other people. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker?
Questions?
Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
There's no one else in 101B.
Okay, is there anybody listening in remotely that would like to speak on this issue?
Wait
I think
a
Mills.
second.
there are 2 rooms in Century 2 now.
Okay, then not all the people are in the same room? I thought the plan was to put people in one room for per issue.
There's nobody else at Century 2 in my room.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Poling, and I'm in the room here at Century 2, and I am Jack Poling's wife.
You have 3 minutes.
In the application, there were some basically stated that Jack and I agreed with her development. I'm here to provide you a notarized statement declaration that I did not know about the garage, and I did not know about the extension, the vacation, and I'm willing to provide this to you for formal application here. Also, I'm very worried that if this is authorized with the applicant's participation on the ACC board, that if there are any other future vacations and the applicant turns them down, then that sets us up for a discrimination case. And that's going to really hurt our community. So I think that's a very wrong thing. Anyways, the bottom line, we did not know. I'm willing to provide you legal paperwork to document that. And therefore, her information provided you in the beginning was wrong. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, is there anybody else in Century 2 that wishes to speak on this item? If not, we'll go remotely. Is there anybody listening in from another device that wishes to speak on this item?
Frank Mills would like to speak.
You have the floor, sir. You have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Frank Mills. I live at 4118 North Sweet Bay Circle. I've lived there for 33 years. I wish to thank you for this opportunity to speak out on why I oppose this 25-foot front yard setback vacation. My house is 7 doors to the north of the applicant. I, of course, did not receive a notice either. When one buys or builds a house to be your home, maybe you put your life savings in it, get a large mortgage, you expect certain protections, some of your views, some of aesthetic qualities within your neighborhood and community, especially when you pay a bit more to be in a community with covenants and a golf course community. In this case, the AAC happened to approve this, but it's been gone over. That's only a board of 3 people, and the applicant was one of them and did abstain, but there was only 2 people, not 523, that approved this. It was not approved by the Will Bent Home. Basically, you think you've got protections on. First is your covenants and restrictions. We've talked about how that was violated. The second is governmental controls, and that's the plat. And that's what we're talking a lot about today. This property was platted with a 25-foot setback, and the community was 6 foot generally speaking, side yard setbacks. That means 12 feet between the houses. To have a 25-foot minimum setback is certainly reasonable. That's what's platted. And the third thing is that's what the Uniform Zoning Code recommends is 25 feet. If this vacation request is approved, all three of those protections a home buyer would think they have or would be violated. In our community, we have covenants, and there's a chart I think Philip was going to put up regarding fencing. And Article 3, Paragraph 3.1 states, fencing is prohibited in the front of a dwelling. And, you know, if you're going to have fencing, it's got to be approved, and it's got to be wrought iron in the back of the house. The applicant's request will consist of a solid brick wall, approximately 10 feet high, plus a roof line, and I assume that would all total about 18 to 20 feet high. And this addition will extend 13 feet in front of the yard and the front yard setback, which in my opinion would be much, much worse than a typical fence. Such an addition would be a whopping 52% reduction in the 25-foot setback, reducing it down to 25 or down to just 12 feet. It's not only a huge injustice to the Pollings, the neighbors on the south, but will, in my opinion, negatively affect the harmony and balance of front yards along North Sweet Bay or any other place in Willow Bend.
Sir, your
Most
time has
importantly,
expired. Could you wrap up with one more minute?
Yeah, I'll try. If the vacation request is approved, it will set a precedence within the community, as I think that if I came for the board and it was disapproved, I would think I was being discriminated against. I'd like to say a lot more, but in closing, I'm going to echo Tony Blake's statement and his email of opposition. I, along with the other 523 residents of Willow Bend, had to abide by the platted front yard setback when building my home. I see no reason to change the platted setback. I don't see why the applicant should get any special privilege on this. Therefore, I respectfully ask that this be voted no by your committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Any questions for the speaker? Mr. Johnson?
I have a question for the staff.
I have a staff question, okay.
Are the covenants still in effect?
Yes, sir. The covenants will, this has no bearing on the covenants. And the city does not enforce covenants.
Right, but are they still in effect?
Yes, as far as we know, yes.
Don't they only last 25 years?
I've not read the covenants to find out what their provisions are.
The word keeps coming up. I just was trying to clarify.
Yeah.
Any additional questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Any other speakers out there turning in remotely who'd like to speak on this issue?
This is Gene Nold.
Gene Holt, yes. Okay, sir, you have,
Gene Nold. I am.
state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Gene Nold at 4106 North Sweet Bay. I live 4 houses north of the property, and through some error, possibly, I did not receive notice of this. We've been traveling and are still out of town. I want to say I've lived at this address for 27 years. We bought the lot and built our home thinking we would be there for the rest of our lives. And we built it based on all of the covenants, all of the restrictions that were in place at that time. And I'm going to echo, I believe that Mr. Poling, Mr. Mills, and Ms. Krieger have all stated pretty much the same concerns I have. I would hate to see these kind of changes be started in the area. I do believe it would set a precedent, and I think it has much larger ramifications. The other thing that I am concerned about is that so few people were aware of this. It not only affects the 3 or 4 houses on either side of that house, but it affects the entire association. of the 523, and I think it needs more vetting before bringing this back to the city for approval. Again, I think that I am against the approval of this, and hope that the board would vote no in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? I'm seeing none. Thank you, sir. Anybody else out there remotely like to speak on this issue?
I would like to speak.
Yes. Okay, state your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
I'm John Shada. I live at 4126.
I'm gonna see my tool bag, but
I'm in strong opposition of this proposal. We have rules and regulations for a purpose. Why are we changing it? We live a few houses up the street. I've lived here for 27 years. I've raised my 3 sons here. We wanted a 3-car garage. Unfortunately, our lot is very narrow in the front. It fans out towards the rear, and there was no way we could fit it in. I wouldn't even have applied for a setback vacation because it wouldn't be fair for my neighbors. We've already talked about the fact that the applicant is a member of the ACC, which is a little bit concerning to me. And precedent is a big deal. My next door neighbor has a side load a garage door, and I hate to think what would happen if this passed. So I would urge you not to pass it and just abide by our current rules and regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? I'm seeing none. Before I ask if there are any other speakers out there, would like to remind you to a number of comments have been made. If you want to agree with those, that's fine, but try not to repeat the full thing. And any other speakers?
Yes, Joe Hoover.
Mr. Chambers?
Joe Hoover.
Okay, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
This is Joe Hoover.
Okay, go ahead.
4122. This is Joe Hoover. My wife and I live at 4122 North Sweet Bay Circle, down the street on the same side as the applicant. I also agree this is setting a precedent because this is the first time, even though other people have built out in the setback, this is the first time somebody has come and been legally allowed to build within that setback. And if 2 people, say down the road, 5, 10, 15 years, two people on opposite sides of the street decide to do this and build within 13 or build 13 feet out in the setback, you will narrow that street view by 26 feet. I don't think this should be allowed to, they should be allowed to build this garage within 13 feet, because I think down the road it'll definitely hurt our neighborhood because more and more people will be applying for this, and I'm not sure how they can be turned down by MAPC. So I think down the road it will hurt our property values, and many of us are here for life and count on being here 10, 15, 20, 25 years more. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Next speaker, please.
My name is Gerald Norwood. I reside at 4114 North Sweet Bay Circle with my wife.
Oh, I just dropped.
We have been a residence here for a newcomer, 13 years, and joined what we committed to a community which allows us to be able to have common things with each of our residents. And because we weren't notified and had an opportunity to see how it would impact us today in the future, as well as others, I am opposed to this advancement for this particular property at 4026 North Sweet Bay Circle.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
This is Linda Yeagle.
You try to get a number 10 wire back there, it ain't gonna fucking work.
State your name and address for the record.
15 amp circuit, 14 wire would be fine.
Okay, I'm having a hard time understanding you, sir.
14 standard. 12 standard would be better.
Okay. Next speaker,
You
please.
put a clip on here.
Can anybody make that out? Am I the only one that can't hear or understand?
He's trying to plug his headphones in.
Trying to get his headphones in, okay? We'll give him another moment, try
Oh,
to.
there's 2 plastic boxes. One of them's got those spade tips in that box.
I'm not.
Both of them don't have one of them. There's one to get to, I think.
Okay. Legal, can we move on? Yeah. Okay, next speaker, please.
This is Linda Yeagle.
Go
I
ahead,
live
go
at
ahead, you have 3 minutes.
4009 Sweet Bay, which is across the street and 2 doors south of the applicant. I was not notified by the city about this application. If my neighbor, who lives at 4118 Sweet Bay Circle, had not gone door to door in the neighborhood to inform us about the application, I would not have known about it. I disagree with this vacation for all the reasons presented by Jack Poling and the other neighbors who are in opposition of this vacation request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, next speaker, please.
Delvin Holderman.
State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is Delvin Holderman. I am at 4030 North Sweet Bay. I am the resident directly north of the applicant. And as I have stated in the past, we are in favor of her request. I want the commissioners just to think about following the facts of the case that she has presented to you. I know there's been a lot of emotion on this, and that is very unfortunate. And I'm sure that the commissioners have seen this happen in neighborhoods before, and I sympathize with how you make your decisions. But just like I have sent information before, you have it in front of you. My wife and I are both in favor, and just wish that this request is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, next speaker, please.
One of the next on it.
State your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Okay, hearing none. Going once.
Test it, man.
Going twice.
What would you, some 12 stranded? That ain't gonna work, man. I'm just telling you the truth. I've never heard no watch it, man.
Going 3 times. I'm sorry, I just can't make that out. If there's nobody else out there that wishes to speak on this item, we'll go back to the applicant, the agent, and you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank all the residents who've come out to speak, either for or against. I think it's a testament to the strength of your neighborhood. I would just reiterate the facts here. She is making a tremendous improvement to this neighborhood by adding more property value to her residents. I think there were some things talked about the covenants. I just think it's very important to note that these covenants are completely separate from what you're hearing today. And I think many people would recognize that. One thing that was brought up was talking about how this was approved by a committee of just two. Again, if the architectural board was to have 20 people, that is a decision that Willow Bend should make. And as just an example, she's on the board. She's been helping the community for a number of years. Nancy is a longtime resident of the community. So I commend her for her service to her neighborhood. I think if Mr. Schifferbein, if you can pull up those facts again on the second to the last slide I had, I think it's just important to review those one more time. Thinking about the golden rules, I know this isn't a zoning change case, but there's a lot of similarities here. This property is very suitable for it. It's a single family dwelling. She's not trying to rent things out or do anything like that, although renting would be allowed. We've got a height of her building is not being exceeded. She's got a smaller dwelling than many of the others because it's a two-story unit. So there's more open light and air on her property.
Brian, your time has expired.
I'd like a couple more seconds if I could, just to finish up, if you don't mind.
Look to the committee.
We're allowing one more minute.
You have 1 minute.
Second.
Thank you. I think, there's, talks about the golden rules, talk about the relative gain to the public health and wellness. I mean, I see this being not a hardship on the surrounding property owners at all. There's a little bit bigger structure. It's not impeding the views of traffic. The house is actually set back from the back of curb some 29 feet, as it's proposed. The comprehensive plan that we have on place looks to infill development. While this isn't infill, it is certainly improvements to the property. I just see this as being a very good thing for the neighborhood, despite what some people may say here. It's increasing property values. It's enhancing the neighborhood with a house that has an additional garage, and that's
Your
pretty
time has
basic
expired,
here.
Brian.
Thank you.
Bring it back to the committee for comment, questions, and decision. Ms. Miles.
So I took the time and drove all through this neighborhood because I was extremely concerned about this case. And in my opinion, the person that's most affected by this particular case is Mr. Poling and his wife. And I didn't find any other houses in this neighborhood where they had vacated any other setbacks to allow a property to come out as far as this property would come out. And I was very concerned about the precedent that this might set. And while it's been brought up that this increases the value for the neighborhood, I think it increases value for this one homeowner, but I don't think it adds anything to this neighborhood. And I know personally, as I sat there for probably 5 minutes or so in front of Mr. Poling's house and this house, I imagined what it would be like if I walked out to my driveway and this structure blocked my line of sight down the street, because I think it will have a huge impact. And while the other neighbors have a lot of concerns, all in all, this mostly is going to affect Mr. Poling. And so for that reason, I will not be able to support allowing this. Thank you.
Mr. Joe Johnson.
I thought I heard the statement made that 6 out of the 8 residents closest to this property supported it. Did I not hear that correctly?
Actually, 7 out of 12.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's my count.
but yet today I only heard, did I not hear correctly, only one actually spoke in support.
That's what, that's what I found also, but in our packet were 7 consent forms that were signed that, of those neighbors that were in agreement, so that, you kind of have to weigh that with the.
There seems to be some question about whether people knew what they were supporting, but.
Mr. Florence, looks like you're trying to get a word in. I want to make sure that our people that are coming in remotely get a chance.
I'm done.
Yeah, I have a problem with the breaking up the continuity of the neighborhood, and this would set a precedent for future individuals trying to do the same thing. So I cannot support it. I'm sorry.
Mr. Dewell?
There's been several people that have talked and referred to precedents on this. It's my understanding that there's no legal application of precedents, that future applications of this nature would come before this committee and we would consider the current laws and regulations as well as input on that particular application.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on the issue? Is there a motion, Mr. Hartman?
I'd just like to point out that I agree with the applicant. I think it's going to increase the value of this house, which in turn, if you do comps on a neighborhood when you're selling your house, it's obviously going to have to increase the value of the homes around it. It's a side load garage. I don't see the 15 feet as being a big deal. I think we've got 15 feet setbacks across just about every plat that's been approved by this committee. And I'm going to vote for approval, and I'll make a motion to approve this, subject to staff comments.
We have a motion to approve subject to staff comments. Is there a second?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I concur with Mr. Hartman's comments here. I'm encouraged when I see that of the 12 notified neighbors that have the most, that will be affected the most by this zoning change, or setback change, excuse me, that 7 of the 12 are in support of that. I heartily second his motion for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Further questions or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Do we have that ability, Mr. Yearow?
Commissioner Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. McKay?
Aye.
Ms. Gross?
Aye.
Ms. Steckler?
Yes.
Mr. Dewell?
Yes.
Mr. Blake?
No.
Mr. Nix?
Yes.
Mr. Foster?
Yay.
Bill Johnson?
Yes.
Joe Johnson?
No.
Ms. Miles?
No.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Mr. Hartman, sorry. Mr. Florence?
I'm here too.
Mr. Florence? I'll go with his
No.
previous. Yeah, give him a no.
I can't attend 4.
Okay.
Pass.
Did we get Bill Johnson?
Yeah.
We
Yes.
did? Okay. Okay, that motion passes 10-4. Next item, please.
I think it's gonna go for a second. Man, I can't believe that.
This lady is messaging me saying, I wish you were my agent.
Oh, really?
She's like saying,
Yeah. Okay, Brian.
Okay, Brian, hush up. Okay. Sorry. Kathy Morgan for the Planning Department, for conditional use 2020-25. This is TF3 zone property. It's approximately 6,300 square feet. It currently has a two-story duplex constructed on the lot with a three-car garage, and there is a apartment, a studio apartment in the, would be the west side of the garage, behind the three garage spaces. And this is before you because the new owner has done some updating to that studio apartment. And in doing that, found out that the previous owner had not gone through the proper procedure to get a conditional use for that third unit. Staff is recommending that this be denied because of the lack of square footage required for 3 dwelling units, which would be 3,000 square feet per unit for a total of 9,000 square feet. And the current lot is only 6,300 square feet, round thereabouts. This was discussed at the District Advisory Board meeting Monday night, and the consensus was at that meeting, staff is recommending denial. Should the Planning Commission wish to take different action, there are 4 conditions. One of those, or the first one is that there be limited to 3 dwelling units, no more than 3. Number 2, that if the third unit in the garage structure is damaged more than 30%, they would not be allowed to rebuild that third unit. And any redevelopment of this lot will require the zoning setbacks, development standards to be applied. At the DAB meeting, they voted to approve this application with the conditions listed, but their recommendation was to allow 50% instead of 30. Having said that, this unit has been in that location for quite some time. As I said, the previous property owner constructed it without prior, he didn't get a building permit, didn't go through a conditional use process, and the existing owner found this out when they had it inspected for new electrical work and upgrading that she had done. So I will answer any questions. I know that Haley is here with us, and so with that, I'll answer any questions.
Questions for Kathy? Mr. Foster?
Kathy, I've got a couple of questions. One is, please describe the available parking. On that diagram, it looks like it's like 18 point some odd feet is the available off-street parking requirement. Could you describe that, please?
Yes, there is, within that structure, there is a parking, there's one garage space for each unit. And then there is enough length. Jim, could you go to the picture? Go back to the picture that I took. Keep going back. Back. Okay, you can see there's a space in each bay of the garage, and then there's enough room between the back of the sidewalk and the front of the garage to allow for one vehicle and not block the drive. And so I had advised in this picture, you can see that someone parked over the sidewalk, which is illegal. And Ms. Heater knows that that's an issue. So there are 2 spaces for each unit.
Second question is, if there were a principal structure or something to be considered a principal structure, could this third unit be considered an accessory dwelling and have a different application?
Not in TF3 zoning, there's not an
Since it's rental
accommodation
property.
for an accessory structure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions?
Just
Mr. Green?
Yeah, could you show the aerial of this again? How wide is this street there, Fountain? Do you know what it is,
I
back
should
to
have
back?
put that.
I read some comment about, there was some concern about, with street parking and
Right,
on an already narrow street. I just was curious what that measurement might be, if you have it.
South Fountain is a 75-foot right-of-way through that curve. And there is allowance for parking on both sides of the street. That only gives you one lane to get through, but there is parking on both sides of the street. So I would presume that that's, what, 45 feet then? Right? If there's a lane of parking 15 feet for each.
We have a lot of that throughout the city.
Yeah.
Okay. Additional questions for staff?
75 feet, that's a lot.
Is the agent or applicant available to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 10 minutes.
All right. I originally had slides. Don't have them now. They didn't get to your committee on time, or they couldn't find them or something. So I'm just going to wing it. I would love to show you pictures of this spot. I bought this wonderful place. I love College Hill, and I actually live in one of the duplexes at the moment, and I have one of the duplexes rented. And it was rented already. The studio was already rented when I bought the property. I've done a lot of repairs and updates to the entire property. Lots of electrical work, as she mentioned. There was no guttering. I've put guttering on. I've done landscaping. I installed a sprinkler system, and it's coming. And I put in sod, and I put a 4-foot keeper of the planes on the corner because it's super cute. And I really want to attract people to College Hill. And I'm actually opening a business in Clifton Square, a tea house. So please come on and join us for some tea. And I get to walk to my tea house in the mornings to go to work. So it was pretty run down. I've improved the value quite a bit. And this little studio actually is very artistic. It's a unique property. I like that about the area. It has a floor-to-ceiling tile keeper of the planes on the wall. So, I'm an art advocate. I have unique Wichita art in my home. And I think that it definitely brings value to College Hill. And having a smaller unit for somebody to live in College Hill affords them the opportunity to enjoy the business areas, the new restaurants, the new shops opening up. And it's just a fabulous place to rent. And I will, treat it with regard and respect, and I plan to keep it my entire life. So I'd like the opportunity to rent this space and continue to rent the space. And I have alerted the folks that live there that they cannot double park in that driveway. But they get 2 spots to park, so you would think that there's plenty for them to park. It has been inspected by the city. The studio is up to code. It has a cute little kitchen, a cute little shower and sink in the bathroom. And it has its own separate entrance and its own sidewalk to get into the studio. So it's, it's well done, I will say. And that's it for me.
Ms. Heather, should we approve this, in our report, staff's got 4 conditions that would need to be taken care of. Have you read that? Are you in agreement with those?
Yes, I was in the DAB meeting, and I do agree to abide by those, and I think they were very reasonable.
Okay. You would appreciate the 50% rather than 30% if I'm reading this right, if it was damaged by more than 30%. There,
Yes, that's fair. Either one is fair.
either one's fair, okay. Other questions for the applicant? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. See, I see you better when you're out there. You get, Mr. Foster, wave your arms.
I think you're just the right person for this property. College Hill is a special place, and you strike me as a special person to take that on. I do get concerned when I drive by some of these types of properties is the resulting on-street parking. Even in my neighborhood alone, I just yesterday evening, 6 vehicles with one property. So my question, could you describe the smaller studio a little bit further, that how many people might live in that, and that would help with the parking issue? Please describe that a little bit more.
Yeah, and I had pictures. It affords, there is room for a couch and room for a bed, but it's all in the same room, which makes it a studio. And then it's a long room. And so then on one end of it is a kitchen and then a blocked off little bathroom. And it takes up the entire length of the garage and the back of it. And so they have their own garage space, and they can enter through the garage into their studio, or they can walk the sidewalk to an entrance door. So they have opportunity for 2 parking spots in the driveway without impeding the sidewalk. But 2 people could live there as a couple, no more than 2. That would be uncomfortable. And then each duplex has 2 parking spots because it's a 3-car garage. And then there's space after the garage to park an additional car. So each individual living in each area has 2 spots to park. So
That addresses
being
my
on a
question.
lot too, there's room on the street, but I hear what you're saying. It's also not very safe sometimes to park your car on the street. But being on a corner lot, it could take up the full corner.
Thank you.
Additional questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll ask if there's anybody at Century 2 that wishes to speak on this item.
One. No, there's not.
2. Red signal. Okay. Signal. Okay. That would be that one right there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's like you.
1, 2, signal. What's that say?
Okay.
Ground?
I'm not hearing anything.
Signal for ground.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take that as a no. Is there anybody listening in from another device that would like to speak on this item?
You gotta put that through the hole.
Okay, taking that as a no. Bring it back to the committee.
I just have a real quick comment, and then I think I'll support a motion. My biggest concerns of the review of this was certainly the parking, but also I can see, in situations like this, and certainly with the zoning, that there would be a concern of parsing up this property. So I'm really pleased to hear that our owner is living on the property. I think that makes a huge difference for that. And I also just feel like this is exactly a places for people sort of situation where we have somebody that's living in the neighborhood, doing business in the neighborhood, making it more walkable, giving more options for people to live in this more mature neighborhood. And so I would like to make a motion to go ahead and support and approve this item.
Second.
We have a motion, Mr. McKay.
Are we doing it with the 30% or 50%?
Yes, thank you.
Right.
I will, with the 50% condition.
With the 50%? We have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Ms. Miles seconded that.
Ms. Miles?
Ms. Miles did.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'll speak up next time.
Motion by Ms. Duxler, second by Ms. Miles. Additional comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that was an aye, Bill?
I think that was Florence.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Bill came in late. It was
late.
Yeah, so it passes unanimously. Okay, I think we're ready for agenda item 4.2, conditional use to permit expansion of oil drilling.
Okay. If I may, I will do this from here. Well, I can go up there.
You can do it from there.
This is a conditional use request to allow the redevelopment of the oil field of the property that's outlined on the map. There are two major landowners, AGV Corporation, which owns the 80 acres immediately to the east of 127th Street north of K254. The other property is owned by M&L Land Company, so you're really dealing with two landowners. AGV Corporation is, I understand, the operator of what will become the new oil field. There are oil wells on this property. There's been approvals for individual wells that we've had in the past on this property. In fact, those are the little boxes you can see there on the south end of that map. This is a request to allow, according to the information the applicant has provided, the ability to go back in and re-drill and reestablish 6 new wells. Some may be reworking of existing wells, others will be new locations, but they're simply going back into the field under new technology and to operations to reestablish and try to produce more oil from the field in this area. Part of the background information they provided also talks about the history of this area. There has been oil production in this general region north of Greenwich. In fact, it's kind of known as the Greenwich Field, really for about 100 years. It goes back to about 1918, 1919, when it was first put into production. So there is nothing new that's happening here other than they will be reworking in the field. The current zoning regulations of the county require them to obtain this conditional use permit so that as they develop and if they put wells in production and need utility drops and other things of that nature under the MAPC, they'll have the zoning approval to be able to do that. That's also why the previous zoning actions were taken on the property. One of the conditions that's attached is that the operation and activity associated with the drilling activity will have to comply with the state laws governing oil and gas drilling in the state of Kansas, which is managed and controlled exclusively by the Kansas Corporation Commission. So everything that happens there is part of and controlled by KCC. We really don't have much beyond the zoning blessing here. This picture, as you can see, this is actually taken from the frontage road right along the north side of 254, looking north across the area where the field is going to be. Jim, go next. And this is just a little further east of where the previous picture was taken. And you can see there's one of the wells. And actually, I think this is the one that was most recently approved about 4 years ago. This is taken from 69th Street North, looking south at the area where the general outline of the property will be. But this is just what the property looks like now as you look south. That's 127th Street North, or 127th Street East, looking north, just north of 254. And the access road that will be the primary access on the south side is just south of the vehicle. This is looking east along 69th Street North, which is where the any access coming in from the north side would be coming off this road. And next, Jim. This shows the entryway of The property, on the north side of 69th Street, there are some residences that will be, deal with any traffic along 69th Street, but the operations themselves will be further to the south. And I think our last picture, this is looking west along 69th Street. I'm at the intersection with 127th Street looking west, just to show you what that property looks like. And then I've got a couple photos further south. Well, this is the actual site. You can see the sign that was posted. On the right-hand side of that picture, you'll see the frontage road along 254. And then this is actually looking along 254, looking east from 127th Street. And then the last picture would be looking south across 254, and that's south on 127th Street. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Dave. Mr. Blick?
Quick question, Dave. On the bottom page, I think it says the AGV Corp. Says the current proposed drilling location falls outside the Kansas flood that is located within a permitted area. On the back of the map, it shows this map and it says FEMA Zone A. So all the drilling is basically going to be outside of that FEMA zone. Is that how that reads?
Yeah, they have to stay out of the floodplain when they drill wells, and that's part of KCC requirements, yes.
I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Additional questions for staff? Mr. Foster?
Dave, in some of the emails and different things we've received, there's health concerns that have been raised about this. Is that something you looked into, or is that?
I'm familiar with that activity. We've heard those questions many times before in many other jurisdictions. I've had phone calls from some of those folks as well. Most of the concerns they were raised, and as I've noted with the folks, that, the existing well field that's been out there for decades, some of them have got some occasional issues where you'll get a sulfur smell, and that I think is one of the concerns that the neighbors have. And it's like, well, is this going to make it worse? Well, if they operate under current standards with KCC, they're supposed to control that. But that, as we've told everyone, and at least I have said repeatedly, the operations for these fields are issues of and under the control of KCC and the Health and Department of Health and Air Quality. We don't have any control locally over that stuff. The claims that you read on the internet of all the things that can happen, most of the objections I heard from the neighbors were concerned about, will this convert into horizontal drilling, which is a kind of a new thing that happens. And my understanding is there's just not the ability to do that here, much as anything, because they don't have in the application secure the lease rights to do that. And they ask about fracking. Well, off and on, fracking has happened in Kansas since the late 40s. Now, whether they'll frack this or not, I don't know. It's not the fracking issue that causes concern based on what the state geologist says about, with questions of earthquakes and other things like that. That comes more from the saltwater disposal wells than it is the actual fracking activity. But that's kind of where we are on that issue. We're aware those concerns are raised, and yes, it's you can, if you search for stuff like that on Google, you can find anything you want. So,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional questions for staff? Seeing none, do we have anybody, agent or owner, that wishes to speak on this item?
and I don't know if they're here. They're aware of this.
Have anybody from AGV Corporation or M&L Land Company? Hearing none, I'll take it to see if we have anybody.
God damn it. No.
I wonder if that's a guy.
Okay, is there anybody at Century 2 who wishes to speak on this item?
No one at Century 2.
Nobody at Century 2. Is there anybody else listening in from another device wish to speak on this item?
Yes, this is Rusty Cryer. I live at 6265 North 143rd.
You have 3 minutes.
And the way the rezoning is shaped, okay, 3 minutes.
Yes.
The way the rezoning is shaped, it'll surround our home on 3 sides. On the prevailing wind side, on the south for the 9 months out of the year, prevailing wind side on the north for the winter months of the year. And it's my understanding that the oil wells near 127th Street off of 254 are operated by ABG as well. I know that there's significant smell that comes off of those on a regular basis. And I'm just concerned about, we are concerned about health risks, but we're concerned about property value. We're also concerned about not wanting to, we didn't relocate out there so we could smell an oil well. So I just strongly can urge the planning committee to not go through with this. I think it has significant negative impact on us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Is there anybody else out there wish to speak on this issue?
Well, come on, Scotty.
I'll bring it back to the committee.
I did have a question for the
Okay.
speaker.
Yes, Jamie, my name is Stephen Banks with the Metropolitan Area Planning Department.
Sir.
I hear you had a question. What was that case number again?
Okay, that's Steve Banks. Looks
Yeah.
like what's, is that on this case? Or is he
I don't
talking?
know.
Battle tied.
My question for the speaker was,
Does it,
Go ahead.
were the oil wells there when you moved there?
Mr. Cryer.
does it have
Cryer.
a,
Cryer was the speaker.
Mr. Cryer, are you still out there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do we have a question for you?
Can you?
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, I didn't.
Were the existing oil wells there when you moved there?
There were old existing oil wells to the west. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else out there listening in that would like to speak on this issue? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the committee.
Make a motion to approve subject to staff comments.
We have a motion by Mr. McKay. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Blick. Additional comments? Mr. Foster.
I don't know that I'm comfortable moving ahead with this without the applicant. You know, this is an important decision. I've got a couple questions for the applicant. One would be are they going to be flaring off the gas that's going to be a result of this? And would that be a constant visual effect? And also what's the issue? I noticed we've got some information about disposal, but I want to understand if it's saltwater disposal. I'll just make a motion that we defer this until our next meeting, until we can hear from the applicant.
Second.
Okay, and as a motion to defer, I'll look to our attorney. Is that a substitute motion?
Yes.
It is a substitute. We have a substitute motion to defer. Questions or comments on the substitute motion? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on the substitute.
Just,
Okay.
Mr. Yerow, do you have any knowledge of the questions or the concern that Mr. Foster had with that, with your discussions?
There
with
are
the
not
applicant?
any existing wells out in there that flare off gas, and historically, that doesn't happen at the drilling site. Flaring off gas normally operates for refinery facilities and things of that nature.
Controls.
And as far as saltwater disposal, unless they're doing massive injection activity, they generally don't do saltwater disposal wells as well, as has been my experience. And if they do, it's still subject to KCC rules and regulations.
Okay.
Mr. McKay?
Saltwater disposal either has to go back in the ground or be hauled away. That's the state laws.
Thank you.
Mr. Dole? You're gonna need to come up to the microphone, Bob. Sorry.
We're just getting comfortable.
That's all right. Have there been any issues with hydrogen sulfide off the wells in that area?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to defer. Is there a time period to defer? Or until we
Till the
hear-
next meeting.
Till the next meeting. So we have a motion. Those, let's do a roll call vote.
Warren,
No?
Green,
No.
McKay,
No,
Gross,
No.
Dexler,
Yes.
Duel,
No.
Blick, Nix, Foster,
Yes.
Bill Johnson,
No.
Joe Johnson,
Yes.
Miles,
Yes.
Hartman,
No.
Florence.
Yes.
I have a 9-5 vote, it fails.
Okay, motion fails. It goes back to the original motion to approve. Discussion on the motion to approve. Saying none? Oh, did I see you? Is there- Okay. We have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call on that.
Okay, Warren,
Yes?
Green,
Aye.
McKay,
yes,
Gross,
Aye.
Dexler,
No.
Duel,
Yes.
Blick,
Yes.
Nix, Foster,
No.
Bill Johnson,
Yes.
Joe Johnson,
Yes.
Miles,
No.
Hartman,
Yes.
Florence.
Yes.
Passes 11-3.
11-3. Okay. I'm gonna call a 5-minute recess. We've been out of it for a little while. I need some potty breaks, so we will, return back not sooner than 3:30. Call the meeting back to
Let
order.
me know if you would, Will.
Next item,
Thank you,
agenda
sir.
item 4.3, if my records are right, is zone change from single-family residential to two-family residential.
Yes, Kathy Morgan for the Planning Department. As you can see on the screen, the parcels outlined in black are the ones that are proposed to change from SF5 to TF3. Next slide. Go ahead to the next slide. Most of these are undeveloped. This is in an area for new residential development. And the slide you see on the screen right now shows the Sycamore Pond addition on the upper part of the slide. And then on the bottom part of the slide, it shows those lots that are the applicant is requesting to be changed to TF3 next. This, as I said, these lots are unimproved. It's pretty much all like this. It has some tree lines and whatever go again. There is one road up into the, well, that's kind of an exaggeration to call that a road, but there is access up into the middle of the lot of the area. Next. This is looking toward the northwest, and as you can see, there's a cul-de-sac at the end of the arrow, and there are a couple of houses built in there. Next. And this is at that cul-de-sac, and there's a vacant lot between this house and the one which would be on the left. Next. So you can see the shrubs, trees, so forth. Next. And this is looking west along the south line of the lots there. Next. Oh, good, that's it. So this is, we have been receiving requests for subdivisions to divide up some of their SF5 and make it TF3. And as you can see, the TF3 lots would be to the back of the subdivision, and it's up against, on the east side, it's up against limited industrial. There's a railroad right-of-way there. To the south is single-family residential. And north of this, as you can see on the aerial, there are two large parcels, and those are unplatted, and those are zoned SF5. So staff is recommending that this application meets the guidelines as set forth in the community investment plans. This is also located in the South Wichita Hayesville plan, which promotes future residential and commercial development. And this area is located within the Wichita Places for People plan, and that plan does promote residential diversification and more intensity. So this proposed zone change would be in compliance with all three of those plans. And I will answer any questions that the commission may have.
Questions for Kathy, Mr. Foster?
Kathy, I'm just trying to find in here whether we understand the roadway dimension. Similar, we talked earlier about the on-street parking concern. What kind of a road width are we working with?
You know, I apologize for that. I didn't get what Osage. Osage would be, actually it's Sycamore Drive that goes up into the area. So it's a local street. I would estimate that it's probably 60 feet of right of way. with 2 feet or 2 15-foot lanes. No on-street, I didn't see any evidence of on-street parking.
Thank you.
I got a question.
Mr.
Kathy,
Hartman?
do you know on the south side of West 50th Street there's 8 or 10 lots, but for some reason it looks like they left one off at the very west end. Do you know why that is?
I don't believe that is owned by this developer. There were 2 applicants on this. I only have one, I'm sorry. But there were 2, and between the 2 of them, they owned these lots. So I think that's why that was left off, is that's not a parcel that's owned by JBL or the other applicant from Derby, owner from Derby.
Okay, additional questions? Saying none, we'll go to the agent or applicant. Is there anybody from JBL Incorporated online that would like to speak on this issue?
Yeah, this is Levi Bond with Caw Valley Engineering. Can you guys hear me all right?
We can hear you fine.
Okay, Levi Bond, Caw Valley Engineering, agent for the applicant. Address is 200 North Emporia, Suite 100. Just to quickly answer those questions that came up from the commission, it is 58-foot right of way for 50th Street, and then I think it's the same for Sycamore. And then that one corner lot is already, it already has a single family home on it. So as Kathy presented, this fits within the plans, and this also gives us a good opportunity to have a uniform development go in. This has been vacant since it's been platted in 2006. Of course, the property was there before it was even platted and hadn't been built on. The homes to the south were built in the 50s, if I remember correctly. So the developer that's looking at this would be JBL. They have it under contract with the other owner, and they plan on phasing out with about 20 duplexes per phase. So we'll do this in 3 phases. We're in agreement with staff comments. Be happy to answer any questions. I know we have some residents on the call that would like to bring up some concerns, so I'd love to hear those too.
Any questions for the agent? Looks like not. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anybody listening at Century 2 that would like to speak on this item?
Yeah, we have one person here at Century 2 to speak.
Okay. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Brandon Morgan. I live at 5010 South Osage in the cul-de-sac. I've been there approximately 8 years. We moved in with the hopes that the rest of this division would be completed at some point. Now, within the strip from Seneca down 50th Street, they have built 2 new homes, and of course the brand new home on the corner of Osage and 50th. Now, these were built in the last 6 months and sold for full asking price. We don't feel there is a necessity to rezone and change for a subdivision of duplexes that would not only harm our values, but also bring in people into our community that would be renters, people who don't care, would move and just bring in things to our community we really would rather not have there, when we can build single family homes and sell them at full asking price within 6 months. In the current market, there should be no reason for this. So I would have to strongly be opposed to this. I mean, I didn't bring any nice little pictures or anything to show you gentlemen, but I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. If you hold, let me see if there's any questions. Any questions for the speaker? Saying none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else there at Century 2 that wants to speak on this item?
That's it.
Okay. Anybody else out there? Mr. Lesh? Is there a Mr. Lesh? What kind of technical help can we give them?
It's the aliens.
Okay. Looks like we've got a Mr. and Mrs. Fletcher. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
We are Craig and Vanessa Fletcher. We live at 821 West 50th Street. We bought the brand new build on the corner of Osage there. And we just kind of want to talk about our concerns to having the new duplexes put in the area. So I'm going to let my husband speak for a moment.
Yeah, when we bought this house a couple months ago, we are the one right there where they'll be building off of. We'd had concerns about it, and our realtor said that, they weren't going to do anything but build single family homes. Mm-hmm. So we came from a area where the renters are, and we saved a lot of money to buy a house like this. Mm-hmm. And my main concern is renters. We've been around, we was around them when we moved, and we know that they had no skin in the game, and what they do and take care of their stuff, and maybe some of the riffraff will come with it, and we tried to move away from that, and we ain't been there very long to know that this might be right off the side of us straight down, and that's my main concern.
Our children,
all that, and we did move in this area to be in a better area and kind of be away from some stuff like that. And that's my main concern. Traffic, high speed coming through there like there was in our old neighborhood. Kids couldn't play outside. They just fly through. And this has been a great neighborhood to live in for the last couple months.
It's fantastic.
And so that was my main concern about it. The violence, the stealing that may come along with all that. And that's definitely my main concern about that. And so I would definitely...
We're strongly opposing having the duplexes put in because of safety.
And our realtor, I talked to our other realtor about this plan. We did not get a letter to let her know. Our neighbors come and told us. Mm-hmm. And he told us that if this was to happen, he would highly suggest we put our house on the market and sell, because it would demolish the price of the house.
The value would go down.
Yeah, and I just moved there, and I'd hate to do that, but it would be something that I would consider if this happens.
I mean, we were self-employed, and we saved a lot of money to move in this nice house, and I would hate to see the value of it drop so fast and the safety of the neighborhood go downhill completely. So I know that, we had talked to a lot of our neighbors, and that they are massively concerned as well, but safety, our children, the other children in the neighborhood, the traffic, and what comes along with the renters is a huge, huge ordeal. And I hate to see such a good neighborhood just go down.
And a lot of them are probably working right now and probably could not get on here to do this. We are fortunate to be self-employed to stay on the line for 3 hours.
Your time has expired. Do you need another minute?
Thank you for your time.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I don't know if you can see on your screen. Do you see the picture that we see of the aerial with the redlined area? Does that show up on your screen? Can you tell us, in relationship to that map, where your property is located? I know you don't have the ability to use a mouse to show it, but if you can describe
We are the first square that's whited out.
That's right. We're that first gentleman that talked about. We are that brand new house right on the corner of 50th
right
and
there.
Osage.
That's
us.
that
Yes,
one
sir.
right there? Okay, real good, thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? Mr. Blick?
Mr. and Mrs. Fletcher, I appreciate you guys speaking today. I'm pretty familiar with this area. I'm actually the president of that neighborhood association. And in the past, they've had some illegal dumping and some ATV accidents and stuff in that area. With the new property that you purchased there recently, and with multifamily, do you see most of these multifamilies houses are going to be newer houses? So there's going to be a difference in price. They're probably going to be a little bit higher. Do you see that might factor in maybe a better person that's going to be renting or anything like that?
Honestly, I don't. I've known people that can afford $1,800 a month, and just for what they do for a living, which is probably not legal, and they still bring the riffraff late at night at higher rates.
Absolutely.
And like I said, we did come from a neighborhood where it was owned, and then the older people had died, and the renters come in, and rent was, $1,400-$1,500, and we seen KBI come in, we seen a lot of stuff come in.
A lot
with
of
that.
drug activity for sure. So, I mean, the ability to afford a higher end home, whether it's, paid for, I don't think that anybody really cares about how it's paid for. Just, it doesn't change really sometimes the quality of person.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speakers? Thank you very much. Is there anybody else out there listening in that would like to speak on this issue?
Yes.
Yes.
State your name.
Yes.
Maybe turn the volume down. I'm not sure we're getting an echo. Okay, try it now.
Okay, I'll turn the volume down. Okay, is that better?
It's not great, but it's better. It's good. Go ahead, state your name and address to the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Eric Lesh, 5002 South Osage Circle. I sent an email to the commission in which I failed to address traffic. 50th Street is the only street leading out to Seneca. There would be an awful lot of traffic on this street with duplexes in here. The duplexes would house twice as many people on the same number of lots. I have a question for the commission. Did you receive the email I submitted?
We're not finding it, no.
I don't recall receiving an email from Mr. Lesh. I'm doing a search right now.
Okay, was your email regarding traffic?
No.
Okay, briefly tell us what your email said.
I'm concerned about my property values.
Okay.
By the fact that the people moving in have no reason to maintain their property because they're renters. If you check with the staff, you should be able to get my email. I received a receipt email confirming that they received it. And I'd encourage you to look at that before you vote.
Okay, anything else?
Oh, you are having trouble understanding me.
Mr. Chairman, what we have been advised is that because he has these speakers on at his location, that's what's causing the feedback. If he would turn his speakers off or turn them way down while he's talking in the microphone, you're not going to get that repeat.
Okay, if you've got speakers, if you could turn those down, that would help. Okay.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, much better.
Magic.
Yeah.
Much
Great.
better.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, are there questions for the speaker? I see no questions. Is there anything else, sir, that you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your call. Is there anybody else out there that wishes to speak on this issue?
Yes.
State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Ramika Abbott. My address is 5029 South Osage Circle. I live in the Sycamore Pond Edition. I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone that's present. Me and my husband purchased our home about 12 years ago. And we're presently raising 3 daughters, which has been in a most peaceful neighborhood. And for most of the years I've been in South Wichita, it's been great in this particular position we live in. I feel that this change will greatly affect all of us who've invested our time, money, and love in this community. And like they said, I'm very concerned with the high turnover rate in renters who are going to lease these duplexes. To me, the cost that they'll be paying monthly, it really doesn't have a regard when it comes to having an investment. You not only look out for your property, you look out for your neighbors, the children. You make sure that the roads are taken care of, that there's not a lot of loitering or littering. It's just the upkeep of the property is going to have a great impact on everyone's investment. And the next issue was the constant traffic. I did hear many people say, comments on that. I believe it's going to have an effect on our safety, whether it be on the weekends. We have children who stand at bus stops, kids that are learning to drive, and we need to know that people are going to be patient with them. And it can affect just the normal playtime. I believe that there will not be enough garage space in these duplexes to keep traffic off the streets. And that alone does affect buyers. And as Brandon said earlier, I don't see the problem in, I know this is an investment for JBL, Mr. Khan and Mr. Ma, but I feel that it would be a great investment to stay with the single residences because they're not having a problem at this point in time selling. I noticed that our new neighbors have immediately start to put in fences and they're protecting their investment right away. And my mindset is this: if they're willing to build the duplexes, then why not go ahead and put up a privacy fence for the investors who are already there and have been there over the last 5, 10, 12 years? We are in a cul-de-sac, and I would be very frightened with people who are not a part of Sycamore Pond. We don't know them. They will be quite a ways away from us, and people have a tendency to walk over to our pond, try and fish. We've had issues where people come from different areas into our neighborhood, and we can only watch so much because, of course, we have retirees, law enforcement, aviation workers, people who own businesses who desire to enjoy a rich quality of life. So we go to work. And I'm not saying that these new renters don't have a job, but we're working to keep our investment up. And I feel like that if we decide to sell, then we definitely will be losing equity in this. And that is a present issue for us.
Ma'am,
And I
your
don't see
time has
people wanting.
expired. Could you wrap up with, I'll give you one more minute?
Okay, yeah, I don't see people coming in and wanting to move away in 2 months. So respectfully, we're asking that you consider our concerns before you make a final decision on this proposal. Yes, there is a lot of unkept ground, but we've actually enjoyed that. We've enjoyed it. We have a lot of wildlife that's coming in, and it's not a problem for us. And I do appreciate you allowing me this space to express my views on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see if there's anybody that has a question for you. Any questions for the speaker? I'm seeing none. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else out there listening in that would like to weigh in on this issue?
Yes, I would.
State your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Lena Fox. My address is 5014 South Osage Circle. I'm right north of the area where they're going to build the duplexes. So the duplexes would be right behind me. And I have a little baby that I adopted, and I've lived in the neighborhood for almost 11 years now. And it's been a nice place to live. And like everybody else is concerned of property values being affected, about the type of people that would move in and stuff. So, we just want to keep it the way it is. And, if they can just build single family homes in those areas, they'll sell like hotcakes. As we saw, the 3 brand new houses that were built sold pretty quick. So I don't think there's any reason why we would need to have them go ahead and build 2 family homes at this point. So that's all I got.
Okay. I do have a question for you. Again, on the screen that you have before you, can you see the aerial that we have with the red outlined area?
Yes.
Can you describe where you live in relationship to that? I'm having a hard.
Yeah, I'll try. Do you see the cul-de-sac at Osage Circle?
Yes.
The cul-de-sac. I'm right next to Brandon's house. It's right there. Go down just a little bit with your arrow. One more over. No, not that far down. Go up, then go right.
Okay.
Go
so
right.
Right.
Go right. So you're
That-
you're
that
on the
goes
east,
down.
go down,
Go down one. You have
Right
the
there.
arrow just right above it.
right there.
Go to your right. One lot to your right.
Okay, right there.
Yes. Yeah.
We're good. Okay,
Yep. That's my lot.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Additional questions for the speaker? Mr. Foster?
Ms. Fox, would you benefit by a fence requirement along the rear of those properties between you and the proposed duplex?
What I said in I sent an email as well. If you're going to go ahead and approve them, then I would want a fence around my entire property, because see, our property values are gonna go down, and, you know, we would like to at least have something to help raise the property values back up. Although I am totally and 100% strongly opposed and would rather them not go in at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you, ma'am. Is there
Thank you.
anybody else out there listening in that wants to speak on this issue?
Yes.
Okay, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Bill Woodcock. I live at 5001 South Osage Circle. Where this new development kind of jogs north, that is right out my back door. So currently today, I have a nice little view of a bunch of trees and a bunch of wildlife that come out in that area. I agree with all the other comments that have been made. I think it affects the property values, and a very big concern, I think, especially for the people that have children that have spoken. This is a really safe neighborhood, in my opinion, and it's very well kept. I feel the people that renters would attract, they don't have the pride in the home. It's not taken as well care of, and you get some maybe unwanted traffic and maybe unwanted problems with that. And I think to Brandon's point that we've had 3 new houses in this area be built fairly quickly and sold very quickly. There is no justification to have a multi-family zoned house when we could have single-family homes put back there and have it look just as nice with just as much pride and continue our community the way we have it now. I also did send in an email protesting this zone change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, sir. I know there's at least one more person out there that tried to speak last time. If you would state your name and address for the record, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Sarah Morgan. I live at 5010 South Osage Circle. So I live with Brandon. He's my husband. I'm more concerned about the theft that comes with the people that tend to live in duplexes and the safety than anything. We have 3 people in our cul-de-sac alone that have large trailers in their driveways because we all own our own businesses. And we don't want people just to be coming through and breaking in our stuff and messing with stuff. And it's been a very quiet place where we live. And I would really hate for the integrity of our neighborhood to be diminished. And on the other side of things, the people that currently own the lots, they haven't kept up any of these lots. My husband goes out there and mows half of this neighborhood as it is because we do care about our neighborhood. And we don't own those lots, but we mow them to keep the neighborhood looking nice. And I don't know. I just would really prefer to keep the single family homes, keep it safe, keep it quiet. We don't have loud neighbors. But that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Any questions for the speaker? I'm seeing none. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else out there wishing to speak on this issue?
Yes.
State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Rochelle Slates. Our property is at
718 West Sunrise Drive. So unlike most of the other speakers, we are on the other side and own a home that was built in the 1950s. We have spent the last 2 years updating and remodeling our home. So even though it's not in the price range of these other single family homes on Osage, we have done a lot to improve our property. We plan on being there for 30 more years, the rest of our life. This zoning would change our north boundary of our property. And like everyone else has said, we have tremendous concerns about traffic, safety for the kids, drug use, and all of the stuff that multifamily homes bring in because they are not invested in their property. If this is already zoned for single family homes, that's the way it needs to stay, and that's what we would have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none,
Got one.
Mr. Foster?
Ms. Slates, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm curious, do some of the existing properties, you mentioned back in the 50s, have fencing across the area that you live in?
We have a chain link fence, and yes, most of our neighbors also have chain link fence across that northern border.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Is there anybody else out there wish to speak on this issue? One more time. Anybody else wish to speak on this issue?
This is Mr. Fletcher. Could I say one more thing?
You really can't. I'm sorry, but we've got kind of hard and fast rules, so I appreciate that. But unless there's a question from the, not seeing a question. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
That's all right.
Okay, bring it back to the applicant. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Levi Bond with Cobb Valley again. I want to thank all the neighbors for their comments and want to address as many as I can in the 2 minutes. It sounds like the common comments between everyone was worrying about traffic and parking. With traffic standards, you're not really looking at double the traffic for duplexes. Typically, the standard is 10 trips per day for a single family home. For duplexes, it's 7 per side. And then as everyone knows, that living on these streets, you don't see traffic jams on these. You might see an increase in traffic, but it's not going to be a highway down through there. This is a dead end with cul-de-sacs. Overall, the safety shouldn't be affected by that. The safety caused by the people moving in there. Typical duplexes we've been seeing going in Wichita and developments like this are 3-bedroom, 2-bath duplexes, brand new buildings. People who are renting these are not looking for slums to move into. They're usually working people who aren't ready to buy a house yet, which is what I was until 2 months ago. And then the property values. That's one of the biggest misconceptions about developments like these. You're going in with brand new houses. These are brand new duplexes with residential character that matches up with the new houses that are going into this neighborhood. It's going to increase your property values, not decrease. And then for the maintenance, this is an investment for all these developers. You might not have the pride of a single family homeowner, but these people want to maintain their investments and they're going to continue the maintenance on these. So 20 years from now, they're still going to be trying to keep them looking exactly how they are now, which you don't get with a single family owner all the time. You can have people move in that don't take care of their properties. It's person by person, and it's not something that we can use as a standard for zoning. What we can use for a standard for zoning is our plans, which this conforms with, and our golden rules, which this conforms to the golden rules of zoning within the Wichita Sedgwick County. And then just one more thing to consider. Yes, there may have been 3 homes built and sold is what they were telling us, but this development has been here since 2006. As you can see, Sycamore Ponds as a majority has not been developed out. We have a developer here right now that's ready to put in homes that are compatible with the area, that will increase the value and that offer a safe option here. It's a buffering to that industrial back to the east.
Levi, I'm sorry,
And given the conformance
your
to the
time
plans,
is, your
I would
time is
appreciate
expired.
a vote to recommend. That's all I need to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Blick.
I've got a question for Levi.
Okay, just say, go ahead, Mr. Blick. Go
I
ahead,
just
Mr.
have a question for Levi. Hey, Levi, could you?
Yes, Mr. Green.
Yes, could you give us you went into a little bit to what kind of duplexes the developers are thinking about building down there. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit on that? Are they gonna be 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom? Are they gonna be 2-car garage? Are they gonna be, what kind of finishes?
So the footprints they had us drop on there are going to be 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It's going to be 2-car garages with stacking in front of the garages. So each unit will have 4 cars parking spaces. So shouldn't be much, if any, on-street parking. I don't foresee any family needing that if they move into one of these duplexes. The finish is typical residential. There's no real. They're not planning on masonry or anything like that, but it'll be siding and it'll be compatible with the homes that are already in the area, the newer homes into the Sycamore Ponds edition.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Blick?
Hey, Levi, I'm pretty familiar with this area, and I'm trying to figure out a way that it could benefit with the spirit of the existing residence owners that's been there for 20 plus years, plus the new property owners, plus potential of new builds with duplexes. I had this idea and just wanted to bring it by with you and see what you thought on this. Is if we divide this in half and you have Sycamore Avenue right down through the middle, and you have these two, this further northeast block that's right here with Sycamore Court, and then also 50th Court South. And it's actually away from the residential neighborhood, as you can see right over here. So you have this strip over here. There's 17 properties right here and here. And then I didn't count this little cul-de-sac right here, but they're basically away from the existing residential neighborhoods that would be affected greatly. Would you be interested in just modifying this if there was a motion to modify to be able to allow just the multifamily with this block that is right here with Sycamore Court and 50th Street, and leave these as single family as existing with the new home builds that are going in and the existing residents that are over there?
Unfortunately, I can't give you a definitive answer on that because I'm not the developer, and unfortunately they couldn't be here today, but my gut feeling is no, they wouldn't want to split this up into 2 phases, single family and duplex. I will say that our single family home builders that we work with, they are slowing down their production, but we have 3 duplex projects that Caw Valley's doing right now, and everyone's building. They're seeing all these units fill up, but people are concerned about the single family market. There's been a lot of new builds for that in the Wichita area. This developer I'm working for specifically did their pro forma off duplexes in this area. And I think they're going to want to request that given the conformance with the plans and the compatibility with this neighborhood when they put in residential character homes.
So would you say this is more of an all or nothing type thing, or would you possibly need more time as in a deferral so you can get with your applicant to see if that's possible?
I would say it's closer to all or nothing. This was supposed to, unfortunately, this was originally submitted before all the shutdowns, and then just with the payment not getting in during the shutdowns, they've been sitting on this for 6 months now, whatever that's been. I know that they're not looking to defer. I would love to hear the commission's thoughts, at least on this development and how it wouldn't be compatible. I'm just going off of staff recommendations in our discussion. I'm not sure if staff had mentioned during the staff report, but this has been the DAB and it had been approved unanimously. So
Okay.
developers are of the opinion that this is a good investment for the area.
Ms. Dexler?
Yeah, Levi, I just have a question. Are there any plans with a development this size, with this many units, for some sort of property management on site or some I don't know, when you have this many units, are there any plans for there to be a property manager on site?
The developer has other developments around town. I'm not sure who they use, but I do know that they have people who will deal with the leasing of all of this site. I know they've used Lang before for leasing stuff, and they do monitor their properties. I don't know if there'll be anything on site.
Thank you.
Levi, I've got a question. The map that we've got in front of us right now, that are those, the lots that are there are currently platted lots, correct?
Correct. These were all platted in 2006 at Sycamore Pond Division.
Okay. I'm going to get on my soapbox here in just a little bit, but before then, there's the one concern that I have is putting a duplex right up against next door to an individual that has built a single family home. I'll get on my soapbox right now. I've lived in duplexes more than half of my adult life, so I take a little bit of offense at the disparaging words that go out that somehow people that live in duplexes are unworthy, untrustworthy, are criminal. This is not the case. So I don't see those kinds of issues or problems. I do have a fairness issue though, as some people would not want to build right next door to a duplex. But the neighborhoods that I've lived in, I've backed up to single-family homes quite often. Matter of fact, most of the time, duplexes make excellent buffers between single-family to commercial zone, and a duplex is a nice buffer from that standpoint. My concern would be that the individual that owns the house that built a single-family home on the corner lot of Osage and my map, I can't hardly read that. So is that 51st? 50th Street. 50th Street. I empathize with somebody that has a surprise put in on them from that standpoint. My thinking was along the lines similar to what Mr. Blick was thinking, but I would actually just take out the 5 lots directly east to the gentleman that owns the house on the corner of Osage and 50th, and then the 6 lots across the street from that, have those remain single family, let the rest go into a duplex, and actually that will be my motion, would be to approve the, Mr. Year out.
Oh, and Mr. Chairman, before you get into motions, and I don't want to top you, but if you look at the notations, Kimberly Snow was trying to comment in when we were asking for public comments and was not able to get in. And so I don't know if you want to open up and allow her to make a comment. I realize that we've.
Well, I think that the aspect of COVID requires us to make sure that we give every opportunity for people that have tried to get in, so that we will definitely open that up. So, Levi, hang tight. Before I go to that, is there any other questions for Levi at this point? We can come back, ask more later. Okay. And how do we get a hold of who wants?
And it is a Kimberly Snow, and if she's still online and wants to open her mic so she can speak, I would think that you have the opportunity perhaps to allow her to do so at this point.
Kimberly, are you out there? Kimberly Snow?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kimberly Snow. I live at 829 West Sunrise. It's right on the corner of Sunrise and Osage there, right at the, kind of by the beginning of where that neighborhood starts. And we've lived there for about 5 years. But I just kind of, wanted to echo what everyone else said, is that we don't want this in our neighborhood. I mean, I understand what you guys are trying to do, but you need to listen to the people that live there. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker?
I did want to ask, is this gonna cost any in taxes for the current residents in the form of specials or anything?
No.
The answer to that, no.
Okay, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay. I will make a motion to approve the request minus the 6 lots that are on the north side of 50th Street next to Osage, and the 5 lots that are on the south side of the street closest to Osage, and approve the rest.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yeah.
Mr. Green.
I see what you're attempting to do there. I do also realize that on the south side of those lots on 50th Street, those all appear to be single-family residences. And then on the Osage Circle, all of those homes that are on Osage Circle are single-family residences. But you're looking at putting a handful of single-family residences to accommodate folks on the north side, same thing on the south side, but they're all single-family residences there in those 2 spaces that you're talking about. I would be more inclined to have a 6-foot privacy, if we're gonna do something that is not going to approve all TF3 zoning in here, I would be more inclined to approve the TF3 zoning for all of those properties, but have a 6-foot privacy fence requirement for any properties that are adjacent to a single-family residence.
Is that a substitute motion?
Yeah, sure.
Is there a second? There's a second. Mr. Green made the motion, Mr. Dill made the second. Mr. Yearout.
I want to clarify, the only way you really can add those kind of provisions, because that's not in the zoning code, would be to add a protective overlay to TF3 zoning that would impose that kind of a requirement.
Okay. Can we incorporate that into the motion?
If that's what the maker wants to do, yes, sir, we can.
Sure, yeah. I think that if we can put a protective overlay on there so that any of the lots that are adjacent to single-family residences, there would be a requirement of a 6-foot privacy fence.
Mr. Dill, are you good with that? Yes. Okay, so the second concurs. We have a substitute motion. Okay, committee, you have.
Mr. Chairman.
Just a second.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Foster.
I support the original motion, but I think point of discussion has come up with the substitute motion to address the neighbors' concerns, and that would relate to do the protective overlay and some selective fencing. And my main concern is having all of these on 50th there to back out and the traffic concern, and I think the original motion does a good job of addressing that.
So basically, you want to add the protective overlay to the original motion.
It's a point of discussion, but I think there's 2 key spots. It'd be to the northwest, up against the 2 lots there that are on the cul-de-sac, and then the lots to the southwest. There's like 3 or 4 lots across there that would benefit.
Okay. Levi, you've heard the discussion. You got a thought or comment on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say that the developer would be accepting of doing 6-foot screening fences along the currently developed single-family properties. I know they're not here, but that's something that I could commit to in a PO. And I understand the sensitivity to the neighbors, and I think that would be a good solution. But just, I think that that's a solution, and keep in mind that this does fit with the plans, and this is residential by residential. We're not putting in apartment complexes. So I think the screening would provide a lot.
Okay, Mr. Blick.
Microphone?
So I'd actually want to have discussion on Mr. Green's motion to include, if he would be interested, to include all 11 on the bottom south side. And so there would be the 6 on top and the 11, because if you look at the map, those are the ones that are going to be directly with the residents to the south. If you go to the other side, to the east side of it, there's residents, but they're not asking for multifamily. Because they're single family as is, as zoning. So the reason why I'm saying is those ones on 11 plus the 6 on top would be directly affected. So I didn't know if you can amend your motion to allow not just those 5, but all 11 on the
That
south
was
side.
Chuck's original motion. Yeah, my motion was anywhere that the TF3 zoning is adjacent to single-family zoning, where there are single-family residences, that we put a 6-foot privacy fence. So that would include all of the properties on the south side, because those are single-family residences on Sunrise, and then also 6-foot privacy fence on those lots that are on
adjacent to the cul-de-sac?
yeah, on Osage Circle. It's hard to see the names of the streets, but it would include 6 lots, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots on 50th Street Court.
Okay, so you're just saying the 6 on top and the 5. You're not saying do the 11, or you're just saying doing a fence, and that's it?
I'm saying that anywhere that there is a single-family resident adjacent to this proposed TF3 zoning,
Okay.
that a 6-foot privacy fence would be included.
Mike, excuse me, follow the mouse.
Absolutely.
You're saying the PO will be on all these lots
Correct?
and all these lots,
Correct.
because they abut single-family here and there.
Correct. And Levi, was that your understanding of my motion?
Yes, that was my understanding, and I think the developer would be agreeable to that.
Okay.
Is that,
Yeah, so.
Josh, does that answer your question?
Yep, it sure does. So I want a
Okay.
substitute motion. My substitute motion is to take the 6 on the top and the 11 on the bottom and leave those as single family and everything else as multifamily. So I'm basically going a little bit more than what Mr. Warren has. Because they're
Okay, so we
definitely
have
affected to the people that's on the
An
south. They're
additional
back there.
substitute motion.
Yes,
Substitute
correct.
to the
It's a
substitute.
substitute,
Is
on
there
top
a-
of the substitute, so yeah.
But it's got to be seconded.
We gotta have a second. Is there a second to the substitute to the substitute?
Second.
Okay. So, the latest substitute motion, the third motion made, would eliminate all of the lots on the south side of 50th Street from multifamily. And the six
on the north side.
6 on the north side, next to 50th and Osage. Okay.
And
That's-
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
can you clarify then with the original motion, how that differs again?
The difference between the original motion would include the 7 lots on the north side of 50th Street and just to the east of Osage.
Okay, thank you.
And the 6 lots to the east of the single-family home that is at the corner of 50th Street and Osage.
Okay, thank you.
So this is interesting. I've never had a substitute on a substitute. Any further discussion? Everybody know what's out there. The motion that is before us right now eliminates, who's got the mouse? Let's identify that we know exactly which lots would be eliminated. That group of lots there?
Right.
And those 6, no?
No.
Go
Just the
down.
first 6.
Just the first 6
On the north side.
on the north side of Osage.
That's the.
Those 11, and then north side of 50th, the west 6 lots.
Basically, everything that is on cul-de-sac would remain as multifamily. Anything that is not a part of the cul-de-sac would remain single-family.
Well, that's not quite true. Yeah, on the north side of 50th, there's some lots.
Well, my motion would not be that way, but the one that we've got before us right now is that anything that is not a part of a cul-de-sac, would go multifamily. Anything that is on Osage and not, well, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, that's not, that was poorly worded.
Chuck?
I'll shut up. Yeah, Mr. McKay.
The only thing on clarification you might want to say is in that, I can't read this hardly at all.
Yes.
Is that Osage Court on the north side, that cul-de-sac?
North Osage Circle.
Circle? In the motion, it would say the first 6 lots from that street east and all single-family lots from.
South side.
From, Osage over to Sycamore on the south side of 50th Street.
Right.
That's what we're talking about.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
One other question.
Okay, go
What are we
ahead.
gonna do about the fencing? I mean, that was one of the things that was talked about earlier.
Well, if you go with that, you've only got 2 lots that back up to single family,
Okay.
right?
I
3?
just want a
2,
clarification.
3,
so I-
4. Be 4 lots.
I'm counting 3.
So I have to make sure now because I'm confused. Lots 1 through 6 that are south of Osage Court, those are the only ones you're considering turning into single family
Or leaving
dwellings.
as- leaving
Those are
as
the only ones. Everything else you're gonna allow to stay at multifamily.
No, and everything on the south side of 50th Street
Okay, thank you.
would remain single family. That's in, substitute motion number 2.
Yes,
Okay,
which is the one that
Mr.
you will
Foster.
vote on now.
Correct.
and then Ms. Miles.
I just want to clarify on the original motion. The original motion, as I understand it, would take out the 6 below Osage Circle, and then it would take out 5 lots on the west side of 50th there. The reason I like that is that Mr. Bond mentioned their pro forma on looking at the feasibility of this, and I think we're kind of getting into that and hurting the overall of the project. Plus, I think I'm comfortable with the development pattern that would be left over in that. And I do support the idea of the privacy fencing in the original motion, with the original motion.
I will not support the substitute motions. I'm comfortable with the original that would eliminate, those, how many, 1, 2, 3.
17.
No, it only eliminates 5.
Eliminate a total of 11 lots. That's, so. Okay, Mr. Blick, we're gonna vote on this pretty quick.
Ms. Miles.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Miles.
So I just want to clarify with the last substitute motion that the fencing will still be required, the 6-foot privacy fencing?
That backs up to single family?
Yes.
Could be single
Yes.
family to single family, so except for
Yeah.
4 lots.
Did you have the PO in? No, it did not. But it was also only, that motion would only zone the lots, those that would potentially be duplexes back in a single family.
Would there be
3, 4 lots
fencing
in a
here?
parcel.
3, 4 lots.
On the 50th Street court.
Right,
There's
I
like
just didn't know whether there'd be
4 lots
fencing
that
here.
touch that cul-de-sac.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're at, Mr. Blick?
No,
If, I think we got it. I think close enough. We're gonna vote on the second substitute motion. Does anybody not understand what we're voting on? Mr. Johnson, Bill Johnson, you still there?
No.
Oh, no. I just wanna make sure you were still there and understood the motion.
Mr. Florence.
And
Yeah, I
Mr.
just woke
Florence? Okay. Mr. Florence, you there?
Who's ringing?
Yeah,
And you understand?
Kathy's ringing.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote on the substitute motion number 2.
Warren,
No.
Green,
Nay.
was that a nay or a yay?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
McKay,
Yes.
Gross,
No.
Dexler,
No.
Duel,
No.
Blick,
Yes.
Nix,
Yes.
Foster,
No.
Bill Johnson,
No.
Joe Johnson has left. Miles,
No.
Hartman,
No.
Florence.
No.
Motion fails 9-4.
Motion fails. Now we go back to the the first substitute motion. Now let's get a repeat so everybody understands what
My motion was to have a protective overlay that would put a 6-foot privacy fence adjacent to any single-family resident lot where a single-family home has been built.
And all the lots shown would,
So that would include all of the lots on the south side of 50th Street, and then those lots that on the north side of 50th Street between 50th Street Court and Osage Circle, and the lots on the west side of 50th Street Court South.
but all lots would change from current single-family zoning to duplex zoning.
To the TF3 zoning, yes.
TF3 zoning. Okay, everybody understand the motion?
How many lots are we talking about leaving the single family? 11?
None of them. They would all
go to TF3.
this motion.
On my motion, all of the requested TF3 zoning would be
Approved as is.
approved for all
with-
lots. Only the 6-foot privacy fence would be on those lots that are adjacent to current single-family residences.
Okay. I'll open up the door one more time for discussion. It's an important issue. Any more questions? Seeing none, roll call the vote.
Warren,
No.
Green,
Yes?
McKay,
No.
Gross,
No.
Dexler,
No.
Duel,
Yes.
Blick, Nix, Foster,
No.
Bill Johnson,
No.
Miles,
No.
Hartman,
No.
Florence.
No.
Motion fails 11-2.
Brings us back to the original motion, which would be that the 6 lots that border Osage Court and 50th Street and the west lots on the south side of 50th Street, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots that are east of Osage. So let's identify that with our little drawing. Who's got the mouse? So, yeah, basically that line right there, no?
So if you take the west line of that west 50th Street court and just go straight south.
Straight
that'd be
down.
your-
Right.
Square that off.
No, move over one lot.
Move over one, right there.
Up and down there.
If that becomes the red line,
That becomes your west boundary.
anything west of that stays single family, anything east of that goes to TF3.
And what are we doing about the fence?
And the same rules would apply. We would require fencing on any lot that backs up to single family.
So there'd
So
be a protective overlay.
the PO will come in as well.
The PO protective overlay would cover any
Okay.
lot. Mr. Dool?
My question is, why would we vote on something that the applicant does not want at this point?
My answer to that would be, I don't think that they want a delay, and that the answer is either a delay or a decision, and this is better, to my mind, this is better than nothing. But it also protects, to a certain degree, the people that have built already.
Right.
So, further discussion.
Now,
Mr. Blick, got you next.
question I have, and this might be for legal, the PO came in on the second motion and not on the first motion. Can they clarify if that's legal, if we can do that, or do you have to change your motion?
I will, a good point, just to make sure, I will amend my motion to include that protective overlay for fencing on lots that back up to single-family houses.
So the question I have is, when you have a fence, you're gonna put a 6-foot fence right in between residential and multifamily in the middle of that block. So half the people that will have the, basically be a north and south fence, and then it will go eastbound to protect the people that's on the south side that's residential. So pretty much all those houses has been there for the last 50 years. Then those people, half the block will have multifamily and half the block will have residential. That's what we're clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
And clarify where the fence goes again?
Fence would go along the backs of any lots on the south side of 50th Street that backs up to single family.
Okay.
And then any lots that back up to that line, that would be now the western border.
If the motion passes, duplexes on these lots.
Right.
A fence will be required,
Yep,
and duplexes on these lots, fence will be required.
on the back lots.
None here because you're single family to single family.
Right. Everybody clear? Think we are?
Another question?
Okay.
And well, the second
Oh.
was by saying you agreed with.
Yes.
You agree with my amendment to add this, the
I do.
protective overlay? Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, we have a motion. Roll call vote, please.
Warren,
Yes?
Green,
No.
McKay,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Dexler,
Yes.
Dool,
Yes.
Blick, Nix, Foster,
Yes.
Bill Johnson,
Yes.
Miles,
Yes.
Hartman,
Yes.
Florence.
Yes.
It passes 11-2.
11-2. Thank you all. That was a fun exercise.
Very entertaining.
Okay, where are we at? Do we have any more?
4.4.
Exciting.
Agenda item 4.4, and that's our last item until we get reports. Okay. Who's gonna make this report? Kathy?
Kathy?
Thank you.
Don't you recognize Matt standing up here?
Are you smiling?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good.
Okay, this is a zone change out in the county, and as you can see on the screen, this is in SF20, and they want to change this long parcel to TF3. Go ahead with the next slide. There's just a couple of dilapidated buildings on that parcel next. And it's, as you can see, it's in the recommended residential use for the comprehensive plan. Next. I just fogged up. Okay, and this is a proposed site plan. The new lots are on the right side of the, yes, right there. Those would be the new duplex lots, and they would have to plat this in order to build. There are utilities. There are utilities in the area. They would need to confirm with the city regarding the size of the water mains and also the size of the sewer mains to support this development. It's single-family residences. Go to the next slide, please. Single-family residences around. This is looking, that roadway you see is Ellison, and I drove out there yesterday, and it's in pretty sad shape, so that would have to be rebuilt according to Sedgwick County road standards. let's see, do I have? Okay. Staff is recommending approval of the request to TF3 zoning. It is, as I said, it conforms to the community investments plan. This is outside of the Wichita Places for People area. So all we are looking here is at the community investments plan. This property has been vacant for, oh, we don't know that, sorry. I could make up a number, no, sorry, I'm getting a little silly here. Staff is recommending approval. Jim, would you go through the rest of the slides? They did have their development application sign up. That's one of the buildings that would be taken down. This is where Ellison doglegs into I can't read that. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so you can see the condition of the road. It's got a wide right of way there, so it will handle 2 lanes of traffic. And that's all I have, and I will try and answer any questions.
Questions for Kathy? I'm seeing none. Thank you. Agent or applicant? Do we have anybody at Century 2?
That was me.
Or at home?
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you go.
Hello, this is Liz.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm the applicant, Brent Miller. I'm here with Steve. And if I could, I'd like to quickly go over what we're planning for the area.
Okay, you got 10 minutes.
Okay. So what we had in mind are duplexes that would be 2-car garages, 3-bed, 2-bath, and similar plans have been appraising around 240,000 plus minus. And we think that would be a good improvement to the area. It's been somewhat neglected. You could see Ellison Street could use a little work, and we think that this would make good use of the existing utilities and access to Pawnee there. You don't have to drive through any residential or single-family residential sites to get to it. We have another duplex community that's about a mile away that we're just wrapping up now, and it's gone really well, and it's been leasing quickly, and those people have mostly been young professionals and families, and I believe that's due to the proximity to the new Southeast High School and Krista McAuliffe Academy, K-8 school. And we just quickly on the background of the people, we do run applications, background checks, and that sort of thing for the renters. I've heard a lot of concern about the types of people moving into those, and their concerns are the same as ours. And along those lines, we do plan on keeping these ourselves and providing all the maintenance and mowing and trash service. Other than that, it's a considerable investment for us, and nobody has more interest in keeping it up than we do. And other than that, we'll be here for questions or concerns. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, we'll take it to the public. Is there anybody at Century 2 that wishes to speak on this item?
Yeah, we've got a couple people.
Okay,
All ready?
state your name and address for
Yes.
the record, and you have 3
My
minutes.
name is Robert Camp at 2224 South Clay Lane. The property that's wanting to be rezoned is right behind me to the east. I'm against this for several reasons. One, we moved out in that area to be open area and large lots. That's what we wanted. Now, someone is trying to take that right away from us. These townhomes are way too large for this area and too close. They will bring more noise, and I won't be able to go out on my patio in the mornings anymore and drink my coffee and watch the sunrise. All I'll be looking in is a 30-foot building. I won't even see the sun until 10 o'clock in the morning or later. That's one of the reasons I have against this. I won't get the breeze in the sun in the summertime from the southeast. And with the extra families there, they'll probably have more pets, dogs. They'll probably be in the backyards. I don't have anything against dogs. I have one myself. But 24 families with dogs there, you're going to have a lot of dogs barking. That's what I guess. Now, the other main thing. They've talked about the utilities. Well, I know it's a fact that the sewer will not handle it. The sewer will have to be enlarged. Now, it's not have to be replaced. It has to be enlarged. There's nothing wrong with the sewer now. It works fine for what's there, and it works fine for what would normally be their SF20. Years ago, this was brought up one time, and a guy by the name of Jim Weber was the head of the sewer department, and I asked him, will that handle SF10? He says, I won't say yes, and I won't say no. I say, will it handle SF5? He says, no way it'll handle F5. You're going below that. So it's a given fact right now. The sewer will have to be replaced, plus the other utilities too. The water, the electric, possibly, the telephone, cable. You'll have to have more of these little cable boxes sticking up in my backyard, mow around and stuff like that. They'll probably be in my yard, not in their yard. And a number of years ago, right after about the late 90s, there was someone wanted to rezone a lot at Kincaid and Crest, which is about a quarter of a mile north of here. It was only one lot. They wanted to change it from SF20 to SF10. That's one lot. This all went through. It didn't affect anything, but that change was denied. There's nothing in this area that's changed it to where if that was denied, this should be denied too, because it goes beyond SF10. It doesn't go to SF5. It goes to something to TF3. The sewer lines will have to be replaced.
Sir,
Now,
your time has expired. Your time has expired. Would you like an additional minute?
Yes, I would.
You got 1 minute.
I am now tied to that sewer that's going to have to be replaced. I had to pay $600 to get added on to it. Well, I have to pay $1,600 to get hooked up again. And then when I replace all of these utilities, will we accept taxes, special taxes on that? That's what I'm worried about. Now, I know the people at the Planning Commission are intelligent people. Intelligent people do good things. The intelligent people should vote not to approve this change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Let me see if there's any questions. Any questions for the speaker?
Could I get his name again, please?
Sir, could you give us your name again? We didn't catch it for the record.
Robert Kant, K-A-N-D-T.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Cryer. I live at 10904 East Bel Air Street. I've lived there for 8 years. My husband has lived there since 1967. This area, I'm also the Secretary Treasurer of Sunswept Highlands Improvement District, which is what this little area is. There are approximately 260 houses in this area. This area was established in 1950. The improvement district was established in 1967. The properties here are all 1/2 acre or more, and most of them are more than 1/2 acre. We happen to have 1 1/4 acres. The houses here, we have elbow room, and that's what we like. We don't live in the city, and we don't want to live in the city. Mr. Miller is trying to put the city in the middle of our area. If you look at this little red thing here, where his property is right in the middle. And instead of having houses with an acre or so. He wants to put them, so it's just going to ruin our area. It's going to ruin everything. He should stay in the city. We have the housing development to our east, where the houses are on top of each other. There's another one called Cedar Creek that's going in on the west, and they're going to be on top of each other. We like our room. We like our elbow room. We like to have our chickens, and some people have horses. We like to be in the country, and we want to stay at country. If Mr. Miller wants to do something, let him take his little development and put it where other people don't mind having their neighbor next door, where they can look out the window and look in their window. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, is there anybody else there in Century 2 wish to speak on this item?
That's it here at Century 2.
That's it, thank you. Is there anybody else listening in on another device that would like to speak on this item?
Yes, sir.
State
I
your-
would please.
State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Mariah. My name is Mariah Moon. I live at 11450 East Kincaid. And so the first thing is that I just recently moved to the area as a home buyer with the understanding that this is a single family home neighborhood. I moved this 2 months ago, actually, for that reason, saved up to get away from the city and actually to avoid rentals. I understand not everyone who rents, has, bad habits, but in the neighborhood I've moved from, we had a lot of rentals. Many of them were high-priced rentals, and that did not decrease the crime rates that we experienced both personally and, from our neighbors. So we did move out here for that reason. We do like our elbow room, as the previous speaker mentioned. There's safety concerns I personally have, which is bringing more strangers into the neighborhood. We moved out here to start a family, have a safe area where we're not surrounded by, unfamiliar people. And we're at the end of that cul-de-sac right before you get to Ellison Road. Ellison is in really bad condition, but we kind of like that over here because it does deter extra traffic of anyone who doesn't live in this cul-de-sac. And people enjoy it for walking their dogs and things of that nature. So, it might not be in the best shape, but it works for the neighborhood that we're in. We're also concerned with the short-term decrease in quality of life from the construction that's going to be necessary. The property line from the front of my property actually goes into the road that loops around the cul-de-sac. So I'm concerned that the construction will actually come into my property line or be so close that I can't sleep at night or, go outside and enjoy the breeze from the south area, anything. It's very natural out here. We have wildlife, we have tree lines, and we can actually look and see nature. And this development that Mr. Miller is proposing is just going against the reason that everyone wanted to move to this area. And I think that there are plenty of available properties he could choose from in areas that are more high density residency. And I just think that it would be the right thing to go ahead and develop where people don't mind having developments, because not every little lot that's open needs to be developed. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else listening in on another device that would like to speak on this issue?
Yes.
State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Robert Curry, 11020 East Clark. The Sunswept Highlands edition has historically had large lots, and we would really like it to remain that way. It's a very good quality of life. I would echo the remarks of Ms. Cryer as to the essence of life in this area, and we don't feel that the duplexes or twin homes would add anything, in fact, detract to that.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else out there wish to speak on this issue?
I would.
State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Larissa Fouch, address is 2325 South Crest Street. We live 2 streets away west of the proposed project. And what we have been told is that Mr. Miller is wanting everybody in this area to pay for the road to be fixed for his project, which everyone is very much against. And that was not brought up by him when he was explaining the project. Another thing is there are problems with the sewer system and drainage in this area, and we haven't been able to get that fixed in several years. And his project is just going to add to all that. And I agree with everybody else that we all enjoy having our space. My husband and I have 2 acres, and we don't want to see a bunch of families cram-packed.
20,000 square feet.
And the covenants states that the buildings, the family homes need to have 20,000 square feet in order to be built on. You can't build on anything less than 20,000 square feet. So we need to stick with the covenants. And that's all I have to say right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any additional questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Is there anybody else out there listening in that would like to speak on this issue?
Yes, this is Linda Nicholas.
Go ahead, Linda. You have 3 minutes.
I live at 11426 East Pawnee Street. We live on the corner of Pawnee and Clay Lane. This community has been longstanding of single-family homes in their quiet community for over 30 years, and I have lived here and before that. Owners live on large lots, and we have privacy and social distancing. Having large gardens, raised chickens, it's a country feeling and it's quiet. In the times that we're living in a COVID world, we feel that 4.21 acres should be used for SF20 single-family homes. It is in the best fit for our community. The TF3 does not fit in this community. The view from my backyard would be blocked by a large white 2-story building with no privacy. The F12 TF3 units, that's 24 families. Average family carries 2 cars. That's a total of 48 cars on this 4.21 acre lot. We feel our road and property taxes will increase by the county for our township to pay the extra for road repairs. Extra road travel down Clay Lane will cause more road damages. After any construction, Clay Lane is not a through street. It circles around and changes into Ellis Street. I thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else out there listening in that would like to speak on the issue? Would remind you to try to keep your comments to maybe new items. If you're repeating what others have said, that's fine. Just tell us that you agree with them and help speed us along here just a little bit. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, I'd like to speak, please.
Go ahead, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Andrea Suttle. I live at 2218 South Clay Lane. My property is the last property on Clay Lane. My husband and I, with our children, just moved there 2 years ago. Pretty much, I would say I agree with every single thing that has been stated. I would just like to add a few tiny caveats. One, this would triple the size of our neighborhood. So when we talk about the fact that there are issues with traffic because of the school when the kids first start, they don't know that our street doesn't go through. So not only would we have that when school begins, we would also be having construction. And once that construction is finished, for a minimum of 48 vehicles coming and going, and getting onto Pawnee is already very difficult. We also like the quiet, and for us, the safety for our children is highly important. We have 3 small children, and having them be able to play outside and not worry about getting hit by a car, construction vehicles, or anything like that is very important to us. The other thing I would like to add is that on the Sedgwick County Planning and Zoning, the statement of purpose says that you want to ensure the compatibility with adjacent properties and to support the vision of the community for its built environment and economic vitality. This development does none of those things. It does not support any of the vision for our community, and it would not coordinate with any of the pre-existing homes and area anywhere around us. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Saying none. Is there anybody else out there who wishes to speak on this issue? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing portion of that. We're going to bring it back to the applicant for a 2-minute rebuttal.
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to try to go through quickly. Regarding the lot sizes, if you would see at the corner of Crest and Bel Air to the northwest, at 2151, it looks like that one is zoned as a manufactured home site that's 11,500 square foot. And our lots at about roughly 90 by 160 feet, depending on platting, would be over 14,000. Lots also to the west are a little bit, I think, right around or right under the quarter acre, or excuse me, half acre. As far as Ellison Street, it is probably a good walking path, but it is an actual street that a resident actually lives on. And I believe maintaining that and keeping it drivable is a responsibility of the county or the township. For traffic, we are directly off Pawnee, and you don't have to drive through any residential. Pawnee and Greenwich intersection was recently improved, and Pawnee heading west was also improved to accommodate this more traffic due to the school and other development around the area. On the 2-story, that was our past community that we built, and in this area, after we went to the township meeting and heard the concerns of the residents, we've gone with, as stated earlier, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath plan. That would be a single story. It would not be taller than the residences around there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Miller. Bring it back to the committee.
Okay, well.
Who wants to go first? Mr. McKay?
This is a question for the staff. I'm sorry I missed out on the very first part of this presentation. Access in and out of the property, I see there's one on the northwest corner of the piece of property. Is it going to be a private street? I heard somebody comment about they have to pay for special assessments and stuff. Is it a private street?
No, these are public streets. The property will have to be replatted in order to create the multiple lots. And in that platting process, the issues with conditions of the road as well as all utilities will be addressed through that platting process.
Okay. The property to the east that's not in the designated area we're talking about, what about that piece of property? They're going to be sharing their portion of the specials?
Well, there's been no decision made regarding how any improvements that may have to be made are going to be paid for. We do not have the ability to force others into the benefit district. And this is in the county, so it will be subject to the county process for a benefit district if that's what's required. But that, unless those landowners agree, I don't think the county has the ability to force them to come into a benefit district if that's how it's financed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Foster.
Staff question. I guess I may have read this wrong, so that the applicant would participate in the paving costs, but they would not do all of the paving costs.
Well, that's a decision to be made. Historically, a requirement on a plat is that the developer of the plat is agreeing to participate. How that moves forward depends on how that ultimately gets decided by whatever entity that we see. More often, we're dealing with those issues in the city than we are the county. And so I'll let Justin weigh in on that.
Yes, Chairman. Justin Wagner, Assistant County Counselor. I'd chime in on this, and Jim Weber is probably much more knowledgeable about some of this than I am, but To the extent that if there would be a benefit district proposed to this for road improvements, there's a number of ways that can occur in terms of who all's in the benefit district. There is actually the ability for a petitioner to add in certain properties into that benefit district, and they have to have, it can be based on area, frontage, number of parcels. There's all kinds of different ways the Board of County Commissioners can set up a benefit district and apportion the costs in that benefit district. But again, this is a zoning case in front of you today, so I mean, I think those are relevant questions and considerations, but ultimately, just because the zoning gets approved doesn't mean the Board of County Commissioners is going to approve a benefit district or impose costs on neighbors. That's a separate and independent decision that would be made by the board.
It would be safe to say that the more neighbors that you bring into the benefit district, the more likely you get no votes, because they're not going to want to pay for that. So,
that's correct, yeah.
So it's not to the applicant's advantage to bring in neighbors into the process if he can keep from it, because, well, but they're going to say no, so.
And the rest of that equation is then it becomes the responsibility of the people that are in that benefit district. Right. So to be those 12 or 13 lots that would end up being responsible for that. So yeah, that's a good point.
Questions or comments? Is there a motion to be made somewhere?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I'd try to make a motion here to approve the request as submitted.
Is there a second? I have a second by Mr. Blix, motion by Mr. Green. Additional discussion. Mr. Foster.
I'm going to provide a substitute motion. There's two factors that I want to look at. Number one is consistency with the comprehensive plan. If you study carefully pages 22 through 26 in the plan, I'm just going to read some of the things. There are land use compatibility guidelines. There are locational guidelines. There are design standards that are provided. And I'll just read one of them here. It says, higher intensity development should be discouraged in areas of existing lower intensity development, particularly low density residential areas. In the previous case, we were looking at this relative to SF5. Now we're talking about SF20. Let me just read you another one here. This is 2.5 miles outside of the established central area. And the established central area, you're looking for urban infill growth to Wichita's mature urban neighborhood. What's been pointed out to us by the neighbors, this is not that at all. Final factor I'd touch upon is that we've got 22 emails in opposition to this. Although it's not a deciding factor, it's a consideration. And I consider the neighbors had spoken, so my substitute motion would be to disapprove the application for the TF3 zone.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Mr. Foster, second by Ms. Miles. Further discussion?
The only question that I have, or comment that I would make on your points, which were well made, would be that it's single family SF20 currently, and it's going to duplex or TF3, 2-family residential. So
well, the comparison is that we were looking at TF3 up against SF5 in the last application, which is a higher density.
Single family going to duplexes is what they're going up against each other. Because we're putting in duplexes here with different lot sizes.
Well, that's the point is, in the last case, we had it's more compatible with the higher density. Whereas here, the comprehensive plan is specifically telling us, do not put this with the lower densities.
What would be, my question to staff would be, under the current zoning, what would be the highest density that if they were to leave the zoning alone and just try to build as many as they could? What would that, 20,000?
20,000 square feet.
20,000 square feet?
Right.
Okay.
Would be the minimum lot size.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions or comments? We have a substitute motion.
I was just gonna say, I agree with Mr. Foster's, analysis of this.
Have a roll call vote, please.
Warren,
Yes.
Green,
No.
McKay,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Dexler,
Yes.
Dool,
Yes.
Blick, Nix, Foster,
Yes.
Bill Johnson,
Still there, Bill?
Bill is gone.
No, there he is.
Oh,
Give your vote again, Bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
Miles,
Yes.
Hartman,
Yes.
Florence,
Yes.
passes 11-2.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of their action items for our agenda. We've got 3 reports.
Well, good afternoon, Mary Hunt, Advanced Plans Division of the Planning Department. First thing I'd like to suggest to you for consideration is that we delay the development trends presentation. It's a totally discretionary report that we provide you every year. We could just as easily do it 2 weeks from now.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. So that-
Opposed? That passes.
That leaves us with the 2 capital improvement projects presentations that must be done tonight. I would remind you that the purpose, your role here is to determine if the CIPs, both of them, are in conformance with the comprehensive plan. So that will be your vote there. Your packet includes a paper like this. I think I provided this last year. It's some of the goals out of the comprehensive plan, you know, as you're listening to projects, but they'll also, the presenters will also describe to you how their decision-making meets the goals of the plan. So with that, I'll hand things over to Jim Weber and Valerie Castor from Sedgwick County, and that'll be followed by Mr. Mark Manning from the city of Wichita.
Hello, Mr. Weber. Thank
Would
you
you
for
like to just-
waiting through the amount of stuff we had to deal with today.
Those are very exciting. Unfortunately, I know a lot more about that last one than I'd like to admit, so.
Congratulations, by the way.
Well, thank you. So if you want to just pass this thing and move on, I could do that, or I can give you the flyby. We'll do the flyby. Go ahead, Jim. Move on. We'll skip that one. So the purpose of this is to talk to you about the CIP and to obtain, as Mary had said, we need a determination that from MAPC that the CIP, the county CIP, conforms to the comprehensive plan. Skip the next slide, Jim. I can't flip fast enough. Roads and bridges, skip the info, keep going. One more. One more, go to the goals slide, I think. And for some of you that haven't heard this speech before, it looks a lot like this every year. I'd be happy to go in more detail if you want, but our goals as Public Works are to do preventative maintenance on our roads every 6 years. So to do that, we need to treat about 210 lane miles a year. We need to replace bridges about every 50 years, so that's 12 bridge replacement projects a year. Go to the next one, Jim. We do have some 2020 CIP amendments we need to do. We need to shift some funding around. You're probably aware of the accelerated gold phase project for the North Junction. Where we're setting the funding up, part of that needs to come in 2020, and the other part of it is reflected in the 21 to 25 CIP. We're also planning for a drop in sales tax revenue, and so we're working to go ahead and cut our expenditure side to match up with that. So that's, I think we'll all go through the same time as the CIP goes through, but that's just, the important part there is that we're doing quite a bit with the North Junction, along with the city of Wichita and KDOT. Go to the next one. So R134 is a project we do every year. We have to buy right away and do utility relocations for projects. That's about $1 million over the 5-year period. The big one is preventative maintenance. Over the 5-year period, we're gonna do $48 million worth. That's our overlays and seals and major patching, some things that we do. It's a pretty robust program and we really believe in it. 264 is a miscellaneous drainage projects. This is when we talked about doing 12 bridges a year. About half of those are being done by county forces, and the materials for that come out of this R264 funding. Next one, Joe. Bridges, we have 4 major bridge repair projects. I'll just point those out quickly. They're pretty important. If you think about Ridge Road over the Arkansas River, Bentley Road over the Arkansas River, there are only 3 crossings of the Arkansas River if you start from Ridge Road and go west. The last one is the Mount Hope Bridge, which we did a couple years ago. These are repair projects. We're looking at 63rd Street South over the Arkansas River. I think that's a candidate for major repair. And probably the big one here is the Zoo Boulevard Bridge. It's a county bridge, kind of surrounded by the city, but it's still our bridge. And it's in pretty good shape, but we need to spend some money on it. There are 20 other bridge replacements in the program, totaling about $20 million. So that gives us a total of 24 bridge projects in the 5-year program. Next slide, Jim. We talked a little bit about the Gold Phase project on the North Junction. 2021's got 1.6 million. Our total contribution is 3.75 for that phase. So again, the rest of it's in 2020. 348, we've been working with the city of Mays on an industrial park that's on the west side of town up there. It's not moving as fast as we had originally thought, so we're moving that out to a later year. Going to enhance the road system. So we have a program. We have talked to you maybe in the past. We've got about 150 miles of what we call cold mix roads. They're literally cold mix asphalt. We have a program to try to really upgrade those. That's $6 million. We're also going to do Ridge Road going north from about 53rd. The road itself is pretty good, but if you've been up there, you know it's got steep ditches and it's a little bit narrow. There have been some issues up there, so we'll preserve the actual roadway, but the project there is to rework the ditches. We'll have to get right away and work with utilities, but clean everything up as far north as 85th Street over time. Enhancements, these are where we would be adding something to the system, more than just maintenance. So we've got a cold mix road. If you may be familiar with Element, the old Abengoa, the ethanol at Colwich. So they had a major expansion out there. We did a project on the 167th to bring the trucks down from up north. They're literally hauling in feedstock from farms within driving distance. And we fixed them up to get across on 61st Street, but it seems like we can't train the farmers to drive down 167th, so they're coming down 151st. Old Cold Mix Road, it's fallen apart, so this first project or 2 projects are to get that back up with permanent hot mix asphalt, get it in good shape. 95th Street South, this is another one I think is kind of interesting. The Cotton Association, the Cotton Growers Association is going to do a new facility down at Clearwater. And this is a half a mile of pavement to get back to where they're working. If you think about where the co-op is down there, they're going to be on the south side of the road from the co-op. Expansion. This is really significant additions to the system, and we're still working the right-of-way for the Northwest Bypass. There is also a toll study that's we're working on with KTA and KDOT, Mays and Goddard to maybe see if toll funding is an option for part of that. And we have a significant upgrade in this project. We had been doing about $325,000 a year. KDOT would match it. David Spears, before he retired, one of the last things he was able to do was shame KDOT into talk KDOT into upping their contribution. KDOT's not in the room, right? So we have a contract that says up to $1 million a year. They'll match up to $1 million a year. The good thing for us is we picked a number between 0 and $1 million, so it's a 5-year contract. It's worth $10 million if we're able to fund our part of it, but we have flexibility to pull back if we need to. We do quality of place projects, and probably the big one here in our plan is there's been a lot of conversation about Maple from about 135th Street out to Goddard. We submitted a project through WAMPO for federal funding. We have it funded from, if you think about Colwich Road or 167th, there's a Pike addition. It's a J. Russell development about a quarter mile back to the east. Our project will start at Pike addition, go into Goddard at 183rd, and we'll have a stub that'll go down and catch the Eisenhower School Complex for the guided school district. City of Wichita's also working some projects because it's getting to be about time, I think, for them to improve Maple to get out to where we're at. And so it didn't seem to make sense to do this bike path and then have them come in and literally tear it out to put in a new road and a new bike path. So that's a little ways out, but that's $1.7 million. Those aren't cheap. Next slide, Jim. So 5-year summary, we've got about $110 million that we're going to expend. 77% of that is for maintaining the road and bridge system, which is an important thing in the in your community investments plan. 12.4% is enhancing road and bridge system, 8.8 to expand it, and then a little bit, 1.5 for the bike ped. And I would just say, for us, bike ped is about trying to connect communities, not, we're the county, so we're not building them through the middle of towns, but if we have cities that have robust systems, it's helpful for us to hook them up. You can slip the next two, Jim. One more. So community investments goals for transportation: preserve and maintain a safe, cost-effective, and reliable transportation system that strategically supports economic growth, vitality, and quality of life aspirations of our community. We think that's been met. The plan had noted that our county infrastructure is in good condition, and the proposed CIP continues to make most investments, 83% or so, in preservation of the system, and strategic enhancements were needed. Hit the next one, Jim. Goal 2 is to improve and increase the movement of goods, people, and information with better connectivity and mobility options in the community. We think that, next slide, one more. So the investments that we're making in bicycle and pedestrian facilities that connect cities and communities, provide interlocal mobility options, and we're continuing to make investments in long-range planning for the Northwest Bypass as we prepare the community for future growth and enhanced mobility. And that's all my part. Do you have any questions about any of that?
Dan's plan's got an abbreviated report. That's an abbreviated report, but if you got a question, this is the time to do it. So, Mr. Nix.
I have a question on Northwest Bypass. How long? $11 million a year. I think you said 10 plus 1, 11.
It's $10 million over 5 years, so it's $2 million a year.
So how long, at that rate, how long does it take before you buy up all the land so you can build the thing?
15 years. Dave Spears' back of the envelope calculations.
I was hoping to be in my lifetime.
Well, I think it's important to keep in mind with the Northwest Bypass that the goal here is to kind of keep that in the frame for KDOT. And it's the fact that they have the toll study working and different, it's in their list. So this is what we're doing today. What's going on in 5 years could be totally different. We're just trying to keep them in the game. And I would say you probably have noticed that for projects on the federal highway system around here, if you look at who has to spend money on Kellogg or like the 235 in Kellogg or East Kellogg, you can't get a project without local participation, and the participation is getting bigger all the time. So they've got some great programs, but for example, this North Junction Accelerated Gold Phase, the locals got to put 25% into that thing on the federal highway system. So this is just a way we try to keep it. It's not going to do it by itself, but the fact that the secretary upped their contribution is significant. It's getting more front and center in their radar. So.
Yeah, just one other question. On 135th up north, you said that project was delayed. Can you give a reason why?
Well, we got hung up really on right away with some people up there, and then it's not. What they need to do is not moving as fast as they originally thought that it would. So, I don't know. We just say, can you donate the right of way? We don't know. No, we make fair offers, but it's just, it's complicated. So, it seemed prudent to just move it out, given everything else we need to do. So,
At 183rd, and you're talking about your bicycle on Maple. On 21st Street, you got about a couple hundred people that ride bikes on 21st. Are you looking at possibly connecting on 183rd up to 21st, connecting it over, or not?
I would say no at this point. 183rd is not paved anywhere north of Maple, so that would be we wouldn't want to pave a path where there wasn't a paved road. Well, it's gonna be a while. I think when a city brings, Maple out to Pike Addition, it's gonna take time. They already anticipate they'll build a path with all that, so we kind of have I'll be a Goddard moving towards Wichita investment, and then we'd get, Wichita moving west.
Because it looks like Tour de France on 21st Street.
Well, they like, that's got a nice wide shoulder on it, they like it. It's a good, I get it, but they're probably, as you do the network out, there more opportunities show up.
Mr. Weber, is there a new pug mill in your future?
No?
What?
So the question, now that you brought it up, they're going, what's a pug mill? So there's been a conversation going on for several years now at the county, and I talked briefly about cold mix roads, cold mix asphalt. The county, until 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, owned a cold mix asphalt plant. It got so bad that we've basically taken it down and dismantled it. We've had a long conversation about whether to buy a new, and they're called pug mills, or part of them are pug mills, a new cold mix plant or not. And at this point, I think we've settled on we're not going to do the cold mix asphalt plant. Okay. And we would buy hot mix on the private market, which we do anyway for patching. We'd have a contract, we could buy more of it. We do anything with the hot mix that we could have done with the cold mix, and it'll be better. So
You're looking for a motion? You're looking for a motion?
Well, I think you want to hear from Valerie real quick first about the facility stuff, and then we would love a motion.
Good evening. I'm Valerie Castor. I'm the Project Services Manager for Sedgwick County. I'm going to zoom through our 2021 to 2025 CIPs. We had a lot submitted when the economy was going great. So if you need me to slow down and answer any questions, please stop me, because I'm just going to keep going. All right. Category 1 is our highest priority, and/or it's consistent with our existing long-term preventative maintenance schedule. Next slide, please. On this one, we had the standard flood control system for the next 5 years. We have rotating roofs and parking lots. We had replacement of 5 outdoor warning devices, so tornado sirens. Every year there's finances set aside for 5. Juvenile residential facility HVAC system replacements being done in 2021, or it's proposed to be done in 2021 right now. The main courthouse chiller rebuilds, we're breaking into 2 phases. Health department, we are going to redo the flooring because of tripping issues and et cetera. We are looking to do a new county election building for 2021. Next slide, please. And that's all of category 1. This is category 2, which is not as urgent or well-defined, but should be funded on our short-term horizon. Next slide, please. Okay, we had 18 category 2s. We had a number of maintenance and facility issues with the adult detention facility, including locker placements and additional cameras, adding a secondary domestic water main, adding an relocating our electrical busway. The main courthouse cooling tower needed some facility maintenance. We were looking at doing a community crisis center expansion, which would combine 3 of our CommCare programs into 1 location. Household hazardous waste has had a lot of growth, and they would like to do a building expansion. Emergency communications would like to do a remodel to match the growth of the community and their needs, so essentially the 911 call center. Public safety building would like to fence in their lot. CommCare would like to start a new peer housing program, which would require the purchase of 2 duplexes, or 2 houses with at least 4 bedrooms to allow for self-submittal for peer support, essentially. Next slide, please. Regional Forensic Science Center is requesting a DNA expansion. Sheriff's Office is requesting a new property and evidence annex as they've outgrown their current facility. Lake Afton Park has a number of pavilions that they're looking to remove and replace. Cottonwood Shelter at Sedgwick County Park is getting older and needs a facelift. The Boundless Playscape at Sedgwick County Park is reaching its age limit and is looking to need replacement. EMS wants to add a number of video surveillance and control systems to their facilities across the county. 2 facilities, bathroom facilities at Lake Afton Park are getting older and need some maintenance and updates. Next slide, please. Category 3, obviously following the trend, they're lower on the sense of urgency. And they're looking at starting the funding for the county admin bond out in 2024. The juvenile detention facility camera system, they would like some improvements to their existing system that they have now. Replace 4 gazebos at Sedgwick County Park, remove and replace. I think I misspoke actually on one of the items on category 2. I was thinking of this one. It was, I think I told you we were going to remove and replace a building that's just getting facelifts. Cottonwood Shelter, sorry. That's not a remove and replace. That was from 2, and we're just doing upgrades to that. The gazebos we're removing and replacing, supposedly, in another few years. There's a playground structure that needs to be removed and replaced at Lake Afton Park, and the emergency management room is requesting some updates to better suit the facility's needs. The health department facility, we're reviewing for updates across the board. The AFS facility would like to have some upgrades to their materials and finishes. EMS admin building would like a carpet upgrade. Sedgwick County Park wants to install a new dog fitness course and disc golf aspects. JRBR Ranch would like to do some similar space development. That's out at Lake Afton Park. And they would like to increase their campsite water hookups as well. Next, please. Finally, we have category 4, which is our watch list. These are also important items, and they just need a little bit more fleshing out and research. And that includes everything from our fire station, 37 relocation, historic courthouse, and main courthouse facade repair, adding a fire alarm to the TCAM, replacing EMS post 1, constructing a new EMS West post, juvenile residential facility remodel project, and constructing an EMS garage facility. Next slide. We would like to request that the Advanced Plans Committee recommend that the full MAPC find the proposed 2020 to 2025 capital improvement program to be in conformance with the community investment plan.
Any questions?
I went fast.
Mr. Blick?
Question on tornado sirens. I know a lot of technology is going into geofencing and phones like Androids and stuff. It's a system you have to have because if somebody's outside, they don't have their phone or something. Is there anything else that's out there in the market that could help benefit? Since we're still in Tornado Alley, but we haven't seen a lot of that recently.
This comes up every CIP year, actually, as to a discussion regarding what the best avenue is to move forward.
Are we still being recorded? We need to
Yes,
speak to the mic.
unless you're
Sorry.
talking in the microphone, you can't be heard.
Okay. The question was regarding the tornado sirens and what other services that were being looked into to supplement them. And it comes up every year as to the funding for the tornado sirens. I couldn't speak specifically because that's a different department than my own. But they are constantly reevaluating that, and I would suggest you get with, who would that be?
Rusty.
You need to get with Rusty Leeds on that for a more definitive answer.
Additional questions? Thank you. Now can we do a motion?
Move that we take the recommended action.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Green, second by Mr. Hartman. Any additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously.
It's called the Beauty and the Beast presentation. The Beauty and the Beast.
Mr. Mayor.
the city.
Good afternoon. I will be very brief. You guys have had a long day, and I appreciate your service.
Mr. Chairman, I move, oh, no.
First of all, let me tell you, this is what our CIP looks like. It's available online. I'm not going to go into the detail of this CIP. I'd be happy to if you have any questions or other times, but I'm just going to give you a high-level overview. So the elevator version of our CIP is aligned to the comprehensive investment plan. It's also aligned to city goals, which basically is to keep you safe and provide a livable community and a safe community. And finally, it was impacted significantly by the COVID virus, and so we've had to juggle some projects around, but generally speaking, it's very similar to the previous CIP. That's the elevator speech version. On the pie charts here on the left, you can see that about 40% of our CIP is water and sewer utility revenues, and the other large pieces are our portion of the county sales tax, general obligation at large, which is property tax funded, and special assessments. As you'll expect on the expenditure side, on the right-hand side, water and sewer, again, is about 40%, and then we're going to spend about $400 million on streets, about $300 million on special assessments, and then the remainder in a variety of categories. So on to the next slide there. COVID impacted us, similar to what the county said. We expect an impact on sales tax, which hurts us on freeways and roads. Our transient gas tax is a small portion, but that'll hurt us on cultural facilities maintenance. And finally, we expect at some point some impact on property taxes. We did defer 18 projects a year or two. Those are mostly routine projects, ongoing projects. I should disclose to you, though, that other projects, again, did move back and forth. That's the nature of any CIP. A lot of that's for timing purposes, for engineering reasons. Some of it's for funding reasons. So projects did move around a little bit. Okay, next slide. So again, we align to the community investments plan. We take that very, very seriously. To be perfectly frank, probably a lot more seriously than we have in 5, 6, 7 years ago. But we evaluate every project and its comparability to the comp plan, and that has a very significant impact on where it's prioritized and whether or not it even makes it into the CIP. Go ahead, next slide. Okay, the next two slides are the money slides for you, the ones that you probably really should care about. So what we do is we ask your staff, and Stephen Banks does a great job for us, to take our CIP and allocate it to your 3 categories of overall spending priorities. And based on his analysis, 57% is in the top maintenance category there, priority 1. And I would tell you that's even better than last year. I think last year we were at about 45%. So again, I think this is a reflection of how seriously we take this. So the next slide is your spending, your overall plan priorities. Again, 80% of our CIP is in your very high category. Now that's slightly down from last year. I think we were at 83% last year, but again, I think that's demonstrative of the commitment that we have made to the community investments plan and the priorities in that plan. We'll go and skip that one. So street maintenance is huge for our residents. It also obviously falls into priority 1 area. We have a lot of money in the CIP for street maintenance. $154 million over the 10-year period. Again, that's reflective of the feedback we get from residents that this is very important, but it also aligns to your priority 1. Public safety aligns to our city goal of keeping people safe. I think that's in the high priority area of the comprehensive investment plan. We've got about $100 million for public safety. That's police stations, fire trucks, equipment, things of that nature. Some of the other little highlights, we got about $12 million for bike and pedestrian projects. We coordinate that with the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We do have $11 million in there for public art. That's based on a city ordinance that was adopted last year. And we also invest pretty heavily in downtown, which again is in the enhanced, I can't remember what your title for it is, your enhanced business area. Help me out. Whatever the area is, that is the core area.
Established central area.
What that is, I drew a blank on that. So we've got $30 million for that. We can go and skip that one. And that one you can skip, which leads me to the last slide, which is our calendar. City manager presented this to the city council on the 21st of July, a couple weeks ago. I visited with the fine folks of the Advanced Plans Committee on the 23rd, and they found our CIP was in conformance with the community investments plan. Obviously, I'm here before you today. And finally, on August 11th, which is next Tuesday, we would expect the city council to adopt this CIP. So apologize for the brevity, happy to answer any questions, but.
Before I call for a motion, other questions? Mr. Foster?
I just provide one comment. I hope you'll pass along to city officials this, that guiding policy principle about take better care of what we already have in the community investments plan. They've really taken that to heart, and it's a joy to be able to drive on streets that are being improved. So please pass that along.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that.
And I want to reiterate that, because I think, Dave and I both, served on, the committee to develop the comprehensive plan. And I think that was a huge priority for us. And it's exciting to watch both the city and the county be following those recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Is there a motion?
So move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Miles, a second by Mr. Blick. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Before we're adjourned, I want to thank everybody for their service, staying the course. I think Mr. McKay would tell us that going this long used to be the norm rather than the exception. So we're not.
They turn their lights off in 20 minutes.
Stand adjourned.
Chuck, I got a question.